Okay. Hope everyone out there is doing well today. This is Kendall from the Recording Lounge podcast. We're going to get started in just a second. I'm going to let a couple more people come in. If you have any questions, you can put them in the chat. And yeah, we'll get started here in just a minute. All right. So, um, like I said, this is Kendall from the Recording Lounge podcast. So glad you could make it into the stream today. We've had a bunch of storms in my area lately, so hopefully the internet will cooperate and everything will be okay today. Um, Before we get started, I'd just like to say if you're new around this channel and you haven't checked out the podcast, tell you a little bit about it. Recording Lounge is a podcast that's been around since 2009. And it's a podcast about recording, mixing, producing, acoustics, and really anything studio related. And the goal of the podcast has always been to provide quality information with very minimal fluff. Um, I'm a professional audio engineer. I've been recording, producing, and mixing music for the last 13 years. I am not a professional YouTuber or streamer or podcaster, so I don't come out with weekly content. I don't come out with streams daily. I do come out with videos when I can. But what I do create, I want to be informative and realistic and based on my personal experience in the studio. So go check out on your favorite podcast player, Recording Lounge or Recording Lounge Podcast. You can subscribe to this YouTube channel to get more notifications about videos and things like that. And of course, you can check out our website, recordingloungepodcast.com. On the website, you can also find links under the Support RL tab to donate via PayPal or to become a Patreon supporter, which really helps me offset the costs of producing the podcast, hosting the episodes, hosting the website, the domain name, all of that stuff. So I really appreciate all of my supporters and fans and Patreon members and all of that stuff. So um, yeah, they really have helped me keep the podcast alive over the years. So if you're considering doing that, if you have the means, then please do that. I'd really appreciate it. So, we're streaming live today, so feel free to ask questions. Just know that there is a little bit of a time delay. What's up, Mike? What's up, Nick? Ori? Good to see you in the chat. Feel free to ask questions in the chat. Just know that there's a time delay between like what's happening in real time and what you guys are seeing. So I'm not exactly sure. It's like 30 seconds, and possibly depending on where you are in the world, it might be even longer. So just give me a little bit of grace in that. It's if I miss your question, I promise I'm not ignoring you. It's hard to keep track of all that stuff with the time delay and also try to focus on mixing a song. So, all right. Thanks for hearing me out. Um, I appreciate it. On with the show. So, a few times over the years, I have done a series on the podcast, different series of episodes called Let's Mix and Master a Song, where I basically go through an entire mix start to finish. And, today I wanted to do that essentially live. According to my listeners, those episodes are some of the most informative episodes for them. They've really helped them over the years, and so I'm always getting requests for more. There are certain things where it's really tricky because you can't see them, or I'm trying to describe them over the podcast. And to some degree, it's nice because you aren't biased by what you see, but there are other things that it would just be easier to do on a video. So here I am. It's actually a complete coincidence that I have a streaming setup, like with all this craziness going on in the world. I actually was planning on doing live streams before we even really knew about this, and I bought most of the equipment to do it months and months ago. So it's actually just kind of a happy accident that, we're here today. My goal today is to get a really solid first mix of this song. We will not be doing like final mix revisions and mastering on today's show. Just like with the podcast episodes, it has to be broken up a little bit. I want to be real clear. This is a real mix from like actual clients of mine. Like this song is not released. It's not a song I've mixed before. And so with any project, like after the first mix, I have to send it to them for notes and corrections and tweaks. And once we go through that process, then, it gets sent off to mastering. So this is like a real deal situation. So I plan on doing an additional stream for the mix correction process and an additional stream for the mastering process. So we'll get there in the future, but today we're going to try to get a really solid mix A. So the song we're mixing today is called Surround You by a band called Channel 13. Channel 13 is one of my clients, and they could be described as like an indie pop band. Some of their influences are artists like Han, Sam Smith, St. Lucia, Empire of the Sun, Tears for Fears, Laney. Their sound is kind of a mixture of like organic and synthetic sounds, indie rock elements, pop elements. It's got a lot of 80s inspired tones, but it's not just all like synth sounds and all like electronic sounds. There's like live drums, we have live guitars, we have live bass, we also have synth bass. The main two guys in the band that do most of the songwriting are keyboard player and a bass player. So they very much write on real instruments and all this stuff. So they have a very great sensibility to them about just music in general. So now this is a pretty big session. As you can see, I've got 142 tracks if you include all the effects and buses and things like that. And that's, it's not uncommon for indie pop stuff, but I'd just like to point out a few things about the session before we actually start mixing it. Some things about mix prep. First things first, all of the edits have been finalized, and many of the synth sounds that we created while tracking have been printed. There are definitely some tracks that I left unprinted so I can tweak them in the mix if I need to. Because I produced and recorded this song and now I'm mixing it, and because I have a good relationship with the band from working with them over the years, I've got a lot of control over the elements here, and they trust me and I trust them, and we have a good working relationship. In many situations, you will not have control over some of these elements. I just want to be clear that, like, in a lot of cases, you just get a bunch of WAV files, and that's totally fine. You just got to make do with what you got. But there are a couple of things, like you can see, like this main Rhodes sound here. It's like still in MIDI form, and I can open up the instrument and actually tweak it at the instrument level. So this is also the way that I tend to organize my sessions. You can see everything is color-coded, named, and sort of organized in the way that I always do it. I have my own system. It works for me. And I advise all of you to develop your own systems and stick to them, because they can really, really speed up your workflow and keeps you from getting bogged down. The eyes are faster at recognizing color than they are at recognizing words. So, having a good color coding system is something super essential, because when I see green tracks, I know that they're guitars. When I see purple tracks, I know that they're basses. When I see gray tracks, I know they're percussion or drums. Blue or vocals, red keys, yellow synths. Like, I know this stuff, and I've been doing it this way for probably 10 years now, and it's really, really helpful to just develop a consistent system, okay? It doesn't matter what colors you pick, just develop something that works for you that's easy to remember. I also organize my tracks the same way every time. I have my lead vocal up at the very top. I've got the demo of the song also, but I've got the lead vocal, basically the first track, and then I've got my backing vocals, my main instruments, my secondary instruments. I've got percussion, drums, and bass. All my effects and stuff are at the bottom of my session. So that's just some organizational things. This is also my default mix template, which contains a lot of different effects tracks. You can see all of these are like reverbs and delays. A lot of different effects tracks and buses. I've already made these and I've routed stuff ahead of time. So like all of my main live drum tracks go to a drum bus. These tom overdubs go to a tom bus. The percussion goes to a percussion bus, and so on, right? I've done all this stuff ahead of time, and that's really how I like to do it. Because it saves you time. When I sit down and start mixing, I can just go for it. I don't have to create all this stuff every time, and because it's saved in a template, to think of the 10 minutes or whatever that you save every time you do that over the course of 10 years, I mean, that you could save literally months of time of your life. So I highly advise doing templates. I've also made a few more effects for this particular song. And just because I have effects in my session does not mean I'm going to use all of them. In fact, I will probably not use more than, 4 or 5 of these. That's really common, but the purpose is for quick auditioning and experimentation with some of my favorite and often used reverb and delay sounds. They obviously can be tweaked for every song you're working on, but these are some really standard things. I've got room reverbs, I've got a couple of plate reverbs, I've got some big long hall reverbs and chambers, I've got some slap delays, some quarter note and eighth note delays. I've got I've got a couple of different tracks I've made for this particular song, but anyway. So I've also got all of these individual tracks going to groups. So like I said, I've got my lead vocal going to a bus. I've got my backing vocals going to a bus. I've got pretty much everything going to their own buses. And then all of those buses go to 3 submasters. So I have an all vocals bus, an all music bus, and then all my effects go to the all effects bus. This can be really handy for certain things. Like for example, if you get a mix note that's like, hey, turn up the vocals a little bit, you can just go into your mix and turn this up a little without having to mess with anything in your session. You know what I mean? It's just helpful. Another situation is where you're struggling to get the vocals to pop through on the master, and you need to have the vocals loud, but you're dealing with the master bus compressor, and maybe that's causing issues. It can be helpful to put your bus processing, your master bus processing, on the all music bus and leave the vocal bus alone, if that makes sense. You'll also probably notice that I have basically nothing on the tracks. I've got a rough balance going on, but I don't have any plugins on the tracks themselves. I've got, obviously, my effects, but the only plugin I actually have on the tracks is this Precision Time Align. And this plugin is used to delay things forward and back in time. And I'm using this to align my bass amp channel with the bass DI channel. But otherwise, nothing's really been done. So like I said, I've gotten all this stuff prepped ahead of time, and it's not just for the stream. This is kind of how I like to do it for mixing as well. So when I walk into the studio ready to mix a song, I like to have all this stuff prepped ahead of time so that I can just go, you know what I mean? So I highly recommend doing that, but at the end of the day, as long as you develop systems and stuff that work for you, that's going to help you and save you time. So without further ado, we're going to take a listen to the song. Like I said, I've got a rough balance going. We're just going to take a listen to it as is. And hopefully you'll get a rough idea of what the band is going for and kind of what the song sounds like. Here we go.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Okay, so I love this song. It's fun. It's not too fast. It's not too slow. You know, it's kind of in that sweet spot zone. Okay, the guys from Channel 13 are in the chat. Thanks for joining, guys. Really appreciate you letting me do this and using your tracks. It's a great song. So I mean, it's a great song to use on this. Another reason this is great for this type of episode, and one of the reasons I try to do it this way for the Let's Mix and Master a Song series, is stuff that has a lot of different sounds. You know, synths and keys and electric guitars and live drums and synth drums, and you know what I mean. I want to get stuff that's very varied but still works and isn't cluttered, so that I can describe a lot of different techniques. So anyway, let's just talk about some of the stuff going on here. We've got our lead vocals. We've got lots of backing vocals, as you can see here, especially towards the end of the song. And then at the very end of the song, we have these repeat vocals where we essentially have like the bridge and the chorus going simultaneously. So we got a lot of vocal tracks, and we got 38 tracks of vocals here. Well, not counting this demo, but we've got a couple of keys sounds. We've got like a Rhodes, it's kind of our main Rhodes sound. And like I said, this is one of the sounds that I can tweak at the source. We're using Keyscape. Amazing, amazing virtual instrument. And then we've got this what I'm calling fat house piano. So it's like, it's not quite like your typical like fake sounding house piano, but it's also not. I mean, that's still kind of the function. Sounds a little bit chill right now, but we'll give that some attitude. We've got our main synth pad, which you can best hear at the beginning of the song. We've got some other pads. We've got the ambient pad, the intermittent fasting pad. Funny story on intermittent fasting pad. So in some of the other Channel 13 songs that we've done, we had the sound that we really like to use, and the sound was called Fatty Pad. I was working with the guys, and one of them was like, "Hey man, it looks like you lost some weight. You look good." And I was like, "Hey, thanks." And essentially, I was trying out some intermittent fasting stuff where, you know, trying to eat fewer times a day, essentially. Rather than necessarily changing so much about what you eat, but just, you know, eating less often. Anyway, so it felt wrong to have a song with a pad called Fatty Pad when I had lost a bunch of weight. So this one is called Intermittent Fasting Pad, but it's a similar kind of vibe to the Fatty Pad. So what's up, Will? What's up, Bang? Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. Mr. Johnson. Hello from the United States. So, really, really cool sound. It's similar to the Fatty Pad kind of thing. We have these synth plucks, which actually are supposed to have a delay on them, and they do not, which we'll fix that pretty soon. We've got a couple different tine sounds. These are, I mean, really, these are just kind of like synth sounds, but they're like synthy kind of belly type of sounds. And then because this song is, you know, got some pop elements in it as well, we've got these bell sounds inspired by the artist Kygo. So that's why they're called Kygo bells. Real sort of modern, like tropical pluck sound. We've got a couple of guitar tracks. We've got the verse guitar. We've got our rhythm guitars, our main sort of left and right rhythms. A lot of these guitars are real 80s inspired, lots of chorus and stuff like that. They're real dry. They don't have like delay and reverb, but you know, they've got the chorus printed on there. We've got this funky guitar that happens mostly in verse 2. And we've got this sort of rhythmic guitar inspired by The Edge, another 80s legend. This is actually pretty subtle in the grand scheme of things, but it helps add a little rhythmic element in there. We've got a lead line and an octave of that lead line. These are printed really dry, so we have flexibility on these. We've got a lot of percussion elements. A lot of these are sort of synthy kind of percussion elements, but we have some organic ones as well. We have this riser. I've always considered these types of things to be greetings from Russia. Thanks, Entity. I'm glad you've learned stuff on the podcast. That's my goal. We've got some tambourine. We've got some snaps. Again, it's like partially electronic and partially real sounding. We've got claps. We've got some crash hits. We've got a gong. What song is complete without a gong hit? We've got some big booms, stuff like this. Some cool stuff. We've got some synth hats. We've got some live ride cymbal. This is like stuff we recorded. And then we've got tom overdubs. Again, we recorded these. These are real, live toms, but we recorded them separately. And then we've got our live drums. Very simple, very straightforward beat, but played well, played consistently, good sounds. They're all going to work well. We have live bass. And we also have synth bass. Okay, so typically speaking, when I start a mix, there's a couple things that I do. First, I want to make sure and remotely follow the direction that the band has given me. I mean, I really do try to follow it well. But as you can imagine, there's still some liberty in there to try things and experiment. Now, I'm going to play you a little bit of their demo. This is before we even recorded the song. And like I said, some of their influences I'm pretty familiar with, and there's a couple reference songs, but obviously here on YouTube I can't play them or I'll get flagged for copyright claims. But I have listened to some of the references they've given me, and of course we were listening to a lot of references and stuff while we were recording. But I'll just play you a little bit of their demo, just so you can kind of get an idea of some of the stuff they were messing with early on in the writing process.
Ties back to you, you got me feeling alright. I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I like some of those delays on the keys and on the vocals.
You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
I like the idea of putting those on in the choruses and leaving the verses a little bit more minimal.
Somewhere high. Oh man, I close my eyes. Now I got you coming in by my side. I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
This demo also has like a pretty electronic sounding kick drum. So I'll probably end up blending in some samples with the live kick to kind of give it, again, that sort of hybrid of poppy elements and live elements and modern and 80s and, try to just get this cool blend that's unique for them. So when I start a mix, usually I start with like a rough fader balance, basically like what I have. But then I also start to get a rough panning balance, which I haven't done yet. So I'm gonna run another pass of this and start to get some more levels going and just start panning some stuff around. There's definitely some guitars and things like that need to be panned. So we'll just start on a section here and just kind of see.
I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Okay, I got some of the major things panned, as they're going to be, some left and right stuff. And you can see that some of this stuff is named, left, right, because it's intended to be panned left or panned right. You might also notice that I don't really have that many pan spots. I try to stick to the majority for the majority of things. I try to stick to 5 pan spots, really, like hard left, hard right, 50 left, 50 right, and center. There are some things that I will pan soft, as you might say, like 10% left and right. But for a lot of things, I try to stick to a minimal number of pan spots. I'm a big believer in wide, open mixes that don't clutter up every single pan spot we have available. It also allows you to kind of prioritize, like, all right, if I've got these things on the left side and these things on the right side, like, I have to really be careful about what's fighting and all this. Whereas panning in every individual spot seems to give you a false sense of security. Like, I've got all this room. And, panning is not a solution really for separation. To me, that's more of a game of good writing and good frequency separation. Because if you listen to something in mono, then, you're not getting separation from stereo at all. So stereo stuff can kind of fool you. So I almost look at it like I'm creating kind of 3 individual mixes, like I'm making a mix for the left speaker, a mix for the right speaker, and a mix for the center. But I digress. Anyway, so once I've got kind of a basic balance working, I kind of take a top-down approach, as what some people would call it, but it's a little bit different. So one of the very first things I like to do in my mix is actually get the vocal sounding really nice. Because I feel like I can't justify a decision based on, things that aren't important. Meaning I try to mix from what I call mixing big to small, which rather than top down, sounds like the same thing. It's more like I mix by importance. So I try to get things right early based on their importance. And in a lot of music, the vocal is the most important. And then after that, I go to my master bus. And then depending on the song, I might go to my main instrument. I might go to my drums. I might go to, my bass, whatever is based on, I try to do it based on importance and what is the most, what things do I need to prioritize? I'll do those early. Because what can happen is you can start to mix a song and you get stuck in what I call kick drum land, where you're just soloed up on a kick drum for 30 minutes and you just kind of lose all all context, and you realize, wow, this actually doesn't even matter anyway, because as soon as I put in everything else, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Let's see, missed a couple minutes in the beginning. If you haven't mentioned it, use a compressor or limiter on the master. Yeah, so I'm just about to get to that, actually. So I am going to use a limiter on the master today, but that is for the purposes of protecting the output of my stream. I don't typically use the limiter on unless I'm using it to protect the output. For example, I sometimes will leave it on while tracking, to make sure my headphones don't get, if a track gets accidentally turned up really loud, I don't want to blow away the performer in there trying to sing. But the limiter is not going to be doing any work. It's not going to actually be limiting. Now, I do always mix, 90% of the time, maybe 95, with a compressor on my master. And that will be doing some work, but the limiter will not. It's just there for protection. I don't recommend mixing into a limiter. It's so easy to fool you into like, oh wow, this sounds great, and all this stuff, and then you turn off the limiter and your mix falls apart. Doesn't happen so much with compression. So we're gonna go over that now. I'm gonna work on my vocal for a little bit, but then we'll go on to the master bus. Okay. All right. So let's check out our vocal. Let's go all the way here.
My side is all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Okay, so for me, the lead vocal is one of the few things that I still will print with analog stuff. Have I gain staged already? Kind of. Yes and no. Things are mostly as they were left recorded. I do try to handle most of my gain staging in the recording phase. But just for the purposes of this, I'm not going to go over that so much right now. The rough mix is as it is, and so we're just going to go for it. So, lead vocals I usually will print to analog gear. I've got a lot of analog compressors and things like that that I really love. And my goal here is not to get the vocal sounding like perfect and finished. The goal is to get it to sounding good and close to what it might be, and then kind of mix around it, because I feel like if you add the vocal in later, you're not going to have room for it. It's like your ear is wanting to hear the mix finished now, and I think a lot of people will ignore the vocal until the end and try to slap it on top, and it doesn't work. It's my opinion that it's not the job of the vocal to sit in the mix. It's the job of the mix to give the vocal a place to sit. So the easiest way to do that is to start with the vocal and mix around it. And you also have a constant reference point. You can be like, is this guitar too bright? Well, you can actually answer that by referencing the vocal. Does it compete with the vocal? If you don't have that reference point, then you're kind of just trying stuff, At least with this, I have something to compare it to. Okay, so I'm going to run this vocal. I'm going to do a couple of prep things first.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. But when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
So I'm basically just trying to get rid of some problem areas before I go into compression. Just trying to get rid of some of the glaring, like, all right, it's a little bit muddy in the low mids. There's a little bit of harshness here I want to try to tame. So I'm going to route this to my analog compressor. I'm going to go to my alt-out left side. So you should not be hearing this right now, but give me just a minute. I'm going to turn on my compressors here. All right, so this should start coming up soon. Okay, I'm going to make sure you guys can hear that as well.
I'm overthinking.
I'm not sure if you guys can actually hear that right now, so let me try it a different way.
I'm overthinking and asking why.
All right, should be able to hear that now.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
Right now, I am running through a Retro 176 compressor, which I really, really love on lead vocal. And it has shown to work well for Sam's voice in the past. So I'm going to go over here and tweak it. I'm going to let it play a little bit. I'm going to play it with a keyboard just so I get some sort of reference.
Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that so far.
Those days were empty.
I might pull off a little bit more low end before I hit the compressor.
Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you.
Okay, I'm happy with that, so I'm going to go ahead and print that in. So you guys will have to sit through this whole thing, but I'll play the whole song just so you're not just listening to piano and vocal.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. To keep the moment, I close my eyes. Oh, now your currents in my veins and I'm paralyzed. My hesitations slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Okay, just for purposes of finishing this out, I'm going to go ahead and record this last section in. I know the song is already faded out by now, but still. It's more of an OCD thing than anything. There was also one little bit that I felt was not hitting the compressor quite how I like. That was right here, at the start of verse 2. So I'm actually going to bump the clip gain on this a little to push the compressor just a little bit more and re-record that in.
To keep the moment, I close my eyes. Oh, now your current's in my veins and I'm paralyzed.
It's a little bit better. So the compression is, you know, it's a Veramu analog tube compressor, and it's a Retro 176 again, if you missed that. And I'm compressing anywhere from 0 to 5. You know, I think probably at some of the loudest parts it might be compressing, you know, 7 or something like that. But it's not a ton of compression. I do compress on the way in, usually using a Tube Tech or some kind of pretty mellow, clean optical compressor of some kind. And usually fairly low ratio as well. It's mostly just to control it a little bit, help it sound a little more consistent in their ears, and get a little bit of a control going early on. So I'm gonna just make a couple of these edits just so it looks nice. I like to be able to visually see when stuff comes in and out, so I try not to leave a bunch of white space on my tracks. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the master bus now. So now that I've got this, it's in a decent place. I'm going to get my master bus on, and then I'm kind of going to go back to the vocal and try to make the vocal sound good. It's kind of one and the same here. The process is related. So let's talk about my master bus real quick. This is my default master bus setup. I use a Chandler curve bender. This is from UAD. And I'm adding, you know, a half a dB here and there, a little bit of mid-side processing. It's pretty subtle. It's like 1 to 1.5 dB max of top end and bottom end. I've worked with this a lot. Some of this is also to offset the response of my tape plugin, which we'll talk about here in a second. So some of it is not actually to like boost, but like if the tape is a little bit thin on the low end, I use this to boost a tiny bit. So it's not doing that much. Next is the UAD SSL compressor. And for years, I used Cytomic's The Glue. That's also a killer plugin. The reason I like this one is because it has a sidechain filter and a mix knob. And I usually run the sidechain filter at something like 50 hertz or whatever, and the mix knob at about 80% wet. And I don't do a ton of compression on my master. 2 dB, something like that. You know, maybe 3 dB at the most. It depends, you know, it depends on the song. Sometimes I'll only do just tap it, you know what I mean? Just a dB here and there. Next plugin I have is the UAD Ampex tape machine. And again, this is a preset that I have tweaked endlessly to get exactly kind of how I like it. And I still will tweak it sometimes in the mix. All of these little trim pots on this are incredibly sensitive. So I try not to mess with this too much because it's just really sensitive plugin. This plugin takes a lot of time to kind of get to know. But this is kind of how I tend to set it up. And then, like I said, I am going to be using FabFilters Pro L, but I'm not using it to actually get limiting. I'm using it to protect the output and not, you know, clip my stream. But I don't want it to be doing any work, right? I'm not trying to use... I should be able to bypass it and my mix not clip, right? That's not what it's for. It's not... it's just in case for today's stream. So I'm going to turn that on too. Okay, so I'm going to play you the difference of this on and off. I'm going to just use our new analog lead vocal. I'm going to make sure that this is going to our lead vox bus.
I'm overthinking and asking why.
I'll fast forward to a bigger section. It has more band.
all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away.
So, I mean, it's definitely getting a little bit louder. It's definitely a little bit brighter, but it's not like a night and day change, okay? Like I said, some of these are really hard to gain stage as you go along just because they're so sensitive. So I will be tweaking these throughout the mix, but I do also recommend mixing through them. So putting them on early. That's just totally my approach. You know, some people don't do that, but that's how I do it. Entity, how do you set your attack and release time? So to me, that's a function of what I'm looking for the compressor to do. It really depends. It depends on the compressor itself. Like, for example, in the analog world, like some compressors, most compressors, I mean, they have limits of how fast and how slow you can go. And very seldom are they super wide like plugins can be. Like, for example, an 1176 slow is only like 800 microseconds, like less than a millisecond. Like an 1176 is fast kind of regardless. And then when you're on fast on an 1176, it's still fast. It's just faster. So, you know, it's hard to say because, you know, on an 1176, slow, quote, quote, is not the same as slow on a distressor or another compressor out there, you know. But for this particular vocal, I had my attack time slow and my release time fast. But again, the 176 is a very fast tube compressor. So even slow, quote, quote, on that, I don't know the exact millisecond time, but even slow on that is still pretty fast. So I just want to clarify that. You know, it really does depend on the compressor. But in general, like my general approach for compression is to set the attack based on what you're trying to control. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going to just give this a little bit of a listen and tweak my master bus just a little bit.
Start, it was all around you. Surround you just the way you are. Surround you, got me up into a better. Surround you just the way.
So my goal typically when I'm looking at gain staging my master, I only want this to compress a couple of dB, like I said, and I typically look for this to be hitting around, you know, 3 to 0, -3 to 0 towards the end of the mix, and you know, you kind of have to go back and check it, but that's kind of a sweet spot for me. And again, I'm looking at the input meter. I try not to push too far past 0. My goal is not to crush my mix. You know, my goal is just to give it a little bit of glue and saturation from these two plugins. So for example, I'm setting my attack slow on this compressor for my master because I want to retain the punch of the track, but then this is kind of saturating those peaks a little bit and kind of taming it back again. So I'm kind of doing a combination. That's just the nature of recording. I mean, it's layers and layers of transient manipulation through saturation, compression, transient designers, and you know, all kinds of stuff. So from here, I'm usually ready to kind of start looking at my drums, and I do take kind of a top-down approach on my drums. I'm going to do a couple of housekeeping things first. I'm going to add a kick group. And I'm also going to add a snare group. I'd like to try to process things in groups and kind of, like I said, it's like a modified top-down kind of approach. But I'm going to start by getting just a good, decent balance on my drums and stuff, and try to get a basic drum mix working. Another thing I'd like to say is, like, for the purposes of demonstration and education, I might be soloing up tracks more than I might, just because I want you to hear the effect of what I'm doing. I do recommend, like, context is everything, and so, like, try not to stay in solo too much in the mix. You know, obviously it's helpful in certain situations, but context is more helpful. Oh, I should also mention I have a control surface. So if I click something and then you magically see a fader move up and down, that's because I'm controlling it on my control surface. So yeah. So really the first things I'm doing here, I'm just high passing my hi-hat and my ride mics because I'm really only using them for hi-hat and ride. I don't need them for anything else. Um, that's why they were recorded. So I'm just high passing that unnecessary information out. I'm going to start getting a drum bus sound working. So that usually for me is an EQ and a compressor. A little bit of murkiness right now coming from some of my room mics and this OTK mic. What snare is this? This is a 14 by 8 Black Beauty. Big, big Black Beauty. This is a very heavy, loud, awesome snare drum that I adore and use a lot because it's got this fat, punchy sound, but it's also loud. You don't lose the sensitivity from it, and it's recorded with an M80, Telefunken M80 on top. And a Sennheiser 441 on bottom. Okay. I'm just going to pull down my room mics for now. I'm not really looking for a particularly roomy sound on this song. Like I said, I'm also going to add some kick samples and snare samples to blend in to kind of find that that hybrid modern vintage thing where there's like mostly live drum sounds, but you also have a little bit of pop elements and some kind of 808y kind of drum sounds. My goal is to, again, I'm thinking about my vision for the song and for the band's vision. I'm trying to create an atmosphere, an element, you know. So actually ahead of time, I went ahead and created some samples for this. Worked with when we were working with the band. These samples, you know, were combinations of other samples and some recorded stuff that I've made. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those. So these are like a real kind of 808y with attack, kind of electronic-y kind of thing. Oh, I've got a couple questions. What control surface do I use? This is a Behringer X Touch. Do I like it? Halfway. Its build quality is not great, but the flexibility is great. Lots of room sound on the kick. Sounds great. Aren't you afraid it will close the mix bit? Not yet. No, I'm not. I'd rather have it there and be able to minimize it or amplify it than have nothing and have to rely on reverbs. What's up, Julian? Use Cubase as well. Reverb are you using? Not using any reverb yet, but I have a bunch of reverbs set up. We'll get there. This other sound is a little bit more of a crunchy kind of kick drum sound. And again, these were made ahead of time when working on the session. I'm going to pull that down for now. I'm going to add my snare sample that I also made ahead of time. So this sound is a combination of a very low-tuned acrolite that I recorded, plus a couple other samples from some other brands out there, and a little bit of reverb. Oh, and a little bit of delay. There's a little bit of like slapbacky kind of delay from Echo Boy. Like I said, I was going to do these on the stream, but then I kind of went down the rabbit hole, and it took me like an hour to get both of these sounds. So I was like, you know what? I was like, I'll just take care of that now and not have to bore people with that process. It is a fun process, but it can also be really time consuming trying to work on samples and find stuff that works. So just realize I'm not just like magically coming up with these on the spot and that they work. Like I worked a long time to make sure that these are going to sound cool and work with this song. Always got to check phase of your stuff. Okay, so for now I'm going to turn those down because those are supplemental. You know, they're just helping out. I'm going to get to those in a minute. I'm going to try to get the best sound I can from just the drum track. So we're going to work on the drums for a little while. Entity, I've been mixing this is my 13th year in business. So I guess that long. How long have I been like decent at it? Not all 13 of those years. I mean, the first few were pretty rough, but you know. So part of the reason I'm adding the sample is to get, like I said, a little bit of an electronic-y kind of vibe, and also to extend the length of this kick drum. You know, I want a little bit kind of gushiness from the low end. I also want a little bit more kind of punch from my live kick, so. Actually really like the Waves SSL for kick drum, maybe a little more than the UAD for kick specifically. So In terms of how I'm setting the attack and release here, I'm setting the attack slow to allow the transient time to trigger the compressor. And I've got a lot of videos about attack and release and stuff on my YouTube channel also, but I'm also setting my release based on the rhythm of the song. So like I want the compressor to return to normal before the next hit on a kick drum. I'm pretty happy with that so far. Again, I don't like to spend too long working on stuff individually. I like to really make sure that my context is good. So I'm going to go to my snare now. I don't always gate stuff, but you know, sometimes it's helpful. Entity asks, I've always stayed away from layering kick drums. Low frequency interference can be quite ugly. How do you deal with that? You know, layering kicks is real common for me. Mostly just dealing with phase and timing and the pitch shift on the sample that you're using. Sometimes you just got to hunt around for samples that work and spend a lot of time doing that. Like I said, I probably spent a solid hour just trying to get samples and stuff that worked. It's not something that you can just, you know, pop something on and it'll magically work. You know, so you got to work with phase. You got to make sure the timing of it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you don't know until the full context. But I never am afraid to layer snares or kicks or anything if I think it's going to help. I also rarely gate to silence, as you guys might be able to tell. I've got my range set to 27. You know, does help though. Also going to give my snare a little bit of fatness and saturation. You know, a common misconception when people working on Pultec EQs is they see these frequencies and they're like, why would I use that? This is like the ending frequency of the shelf. You know, like I'll pull up an EQ to show you. So like if you have a shelf that's like this, right? The Pultec numbers are usually based around the ending frequency of the shelf, not the start frequency, not the corner frequency. So when you see like, you know, 20 hertz on the Pultec, you might be thinking like that it's like that or something. And that's just not what it is, okay? It starts more like that and it ends at 20 hertz and then, you know, goes flat from there. Something like, I don't know, something like this. And same with the others. So that's important to note that like I'm using 30 hertz, yes, but that's not like, you know, it's not like this. It's a very wide, gentle shelf on the Pultec. Alexander, yeah, I'm working on that right now, on the book. I finally just got the domain back after years of a power struggle with that. Long story. Just send me an email and we can talk about that. Usually like to add a little bit of saturation on my snares, and one of my favorite ways to do that is with Decapitator. Also going to add a little bit of reverb and maybe a little bit of this snare sample. Oh yeah, I actually made a reverb ahead of time for this, specifically for snare. So I'm using the Sonzig Rev A plugin. This is a really cool reverb plugin. I had made this while tracking this session. So here's what it sounds like. Very kind of 80s inspired. It's simple. And another key here is that this is going to my drum bus, okay, not to my effects bus. This is going into the drum bus. I like my room mics and stuff to go into the drum bus, and I have reverb on them and stuff because I want that drum bus to respond to the whole drum mix. I really only need the high end on this hi-hat. Okay, so my overheads on something like this, I don't want to clutter up my low end. Herb asks, could it be kick and snare get a bit too consistent by adding the samples? If it's one velocity, I guess. Yeah, oh, absolutely. But at the same time, I don't think people should fear consistency. I mean, look at how the drummer played. Look at the kick drum. Like, relatively consistent. You know what I mean? It's like consistency in and of itself is not necessarily bad. It can be for sure though. Some of these samples are multi-sampled, meaning multi-velocity, things like that. The ones I'm using right now are not. But yeah, it's a totally valid point. So on my overheads, I am mostly wanting to clear a little bit of room in the low end. I mostly am using these for cymbal mics, not really using them to get a bunch of, you know, overall drum kit picture in this particular style of drum sound. Now it might seem like a lot, but to cut from my low end, but so don't be afraid of doing stuff, you know what I mean? I really don't need this ride mic until the end of this song, so I'm actually just gonna automate this off. Like I don't need it in any of this beginning part. Similarly with the snare, I don't need any of this stuff. So I'm just gonna automate this off when it's not playing. Okay, so I've got kick, snare, overheads, and a little bit of hi-hat blended in. I want to start getting my drum bus compressor now. Like again, I'm kind of going back and forth between top down and bottom up, you know what I mean? All right, I really like 33609. But I'm not sure if this is going to work or not. It might be a little too slappy. It's not bad. I'm not crazy about it. It's okay. Let me try another one. I really, really love the 2500. I actually really like the Waves one too. It's just different. So I'm just using this for a little bit of control. The snare's a little bit hot. I'm gonna pull this down. So I think part of what I'm hearing is I want to get a little bit of snare compression also after my saturation. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm also going to experiment a little bit with I'm also going to experiment a little bit with a parallel drum compressor. Again, I'm going for modern on this one, modern and vintage at the same time. It's also keep in mind here, if you notice, I'm not using, you know, the stereo rooms yet. I'm not using the PZM mic. I'm not using my OTK mic at all. I'm only using what seems necessary at the moment. I might use a little bit of this OTK or a little bit of the PZM if I want a little bit more room sound from the snare or whatever, rather than using sample, or I'm not sure yet. I'm also going to narrow my overheads a little. I don't recommend this plugin for widening stuff, but it is really handy for adjusting stereo image stuff, like narrowing something a little bit or adjusting its balance or asymmetry. It's a really helpful, simple little plugin from Waves. On my parallel, a lot of times, okay, Herb asks, when compressing the snare, what am I listening for? Attack or to bring up ambience? Almost never to bring up ambience. My goal generally when compressing snare is to get a certain type of smack from it. Or to potentially control it a little bit. If the smack is already a little bit too intense, I might use a compressor to tame out some of that click, But me personally, I like to use saturation for that job. But compression for me on a snare usually is to add more kind of punchy fatness, which can sometimes go away if you've added some saturation, if you've added a little bit of, fatness with EQ. It, like I said, it's all in stages. You add a little bit on the way in, you compress a little bit, you saturate a little bit, and then maybe in the box you saturate a little more and you compress a little more, and it's what I call the transient life cycle. That's the thing too, is I don't always need to gate stuff, but if you are going to be compressing your kick and snare, you probably do need to gate it. Not always, but at least a little bit, because the compression is going to bring up all that stuff. Sounding really good to me. That's with no sample. I'm going to add a little bit of parallel compression on my drums. Again, further gluing them, giving them a little bit more attitude. I really like the Rev E 1176 for this. Now, okay, I'll warn you here, because of the way that I have my routing set up, you guys cannot hear when I am in listen mode. And because of the way I have this set up, it's maybe a little bit tricky for me to play you exactly what the crush sounds like on its own. I should be able to actually just do this. I say all that. So, for example, if I wanted compression to whatever I'm doing, whether it's parallel or on a snare, whatever, if I want it to add more attack, you need to slow the attack down. And if you want it to control and compress the attack, you need to speed the attack up. So let me demonstrate that on this 1176. Slow is to the left and fast is to the right on an 1176. You can hear when this is all the way to the left, the snare gets a bit snappier. When it's all the way to the right, the snare is controlled and tamed a little bit. Again, like I said, this is different for every compressor. And an 1176 is still pretty fast on the slow setting. So I'm listening for quality and character of attack when I'm setting something like this. And again, this is all going to be blended in just a little bit. This is my actual drum bus sound. Blending in a little bit of this. I'm not quite getting the glue that I want. Some might add in a little bit of the OTK mic or the room mics. This is an over the kick mic, and this mic is a really interesting kind of sound. It's real mid-rangey, and it kind of contains a little bit of everything: kick, snare, cymbals. And it's like an ambience mic, but it's not far away. It's interesting. So blending it in can kind of help glue the kit together a little bit once you've, done what we've done to it. Bring back some realism. You can hear that PZM mic. It's got a cool roomy snare sound. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this as is. I'm going to now check it with my vocal again. And I mean, that's always so important to bring that back in. So like...
My hesitations slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start. It was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way you let me surround you. My hesitations slowly fade away You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away. My hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side, you know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away.
Okay, I'm hearing something in the vocal. I want to tweak a little bit of a resonance. I'm going to use Soothe. If you haven't used Soothe, it's a really, really cool plugin that tries to track down resonances in sources, and I just like to use a touch of it. It's really, really handy.
My hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side.
You can hear this is the delta, or essentially telling you what change is occurring.
Seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I'm mostly hearing it somewhere in here.
You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way.
Yeah, I'm hearing, you know, again, I used to do this a lot with EQs and stuff like that, but I'd have to automate them on and off over the course of the mix, because as the note changes, the frequencies change. And so you'd pull out a bunch of this one frequency that was not static. And soon enough, you'd be pulling out 2 or 3 of them, or 4 of them, or 5 of them. And this plugin has made it so much easier to, I mean, it would save me, this plugin has saved me 30 minutes a mix easily from just automating on and off weird little EQ resonances on words that, you know, were ringing weird or something. Yeah, I love this plugin.
My hesitations slowly fade away.
And you can see it's not even doing a lot. Like this is -3 or -6, depending on, you know. And it's just pulling out some of these weird things.
Slowly fade away with you.
You know, you can go too far with it and it can start to sound weird.
Hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side, you know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Okay, Herb, thanks. Yeah, so these vocals were recorded with a Sound Deluxe U99, a new production one, not the old ones. I love that microphone. At least I love it on a lot of voices, but I really like it on his voice. Through an Undertone MP-EQ. I usually don't do any EQ while tracking vocals, so other than a high-pass filter. So I usually do a high-pass filter on the mic pre. And then I believe we used a TubeTech CL1B compressor, but that could be any sort of mellow, clean compressor. It's not compressing a lot. It's just kind of taming it, controlling it, and helping it sound a little bit more consistent and even in their mix, and saves me a little bit of time in the mix. And then if you missed the very first part of me treating it, I went through a Retro 176 compressor.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side, you know I've seen it from. My hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you are by.
Okay, so far we're in good shape. Stuff is sounding pretty good already. Again, I'm like kind of gradually working from the most important elements, not even really worried about the other stuff. Because again, if I have a solid reference in this song, to me, the most important thing is the vocal, and next would probably be the drums, next would probably be the bass, and next would probably be the main Rhodes or the main synth pad. Again, I try to work from like, what are my priorities, make sure those sound good, and then all the other stuff can just fit around it. And I have an example of like, nope, this has too much low end, and I know that because I've gotten my priorities straight. You know what I mean?
My hesitations slowly fade away with you.
I'm gonna add a couple other effects to my vocal just for fun.
My hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side, you know from the start it was all around you. Took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Again, because of this stuff being set up ahead of time, I can just quickly audition it.
My hesitations slowly.
I like this, but the feedback is too long, so I'm gonna go tweak that.
My hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side, you know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
This might even just come in on the chorus, I'm not sure. Another big part of Sam's vocal sound in this band is a vocal double. There's usually a vocal double going on like this.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
Yeah, so the double I often will treat a little bit darker and thinner. Also a little bit more, little bit harder on the de-essing. You know, I want most of my S's to be coming from the lead. It's very easy with a lot of vocals to have just like a mess of sibilants. So I'm a little bit like more aggressive with de-essing on backings than I am on the lead. I do still de-ess the lead, but yeah.
I'm overthinking and asking why. Used to build a world inside my to visualize.
Now in this case, I'm setting my attack fast because I want to sort of level out, even out, and prevent this double from popping out too much. It's more of a color thing to blend in with my lead.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build inside to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly, thinking and asking why.
Another fun thing I like to do for, again, I've worked with this band on a lot of songs. You can go check them out on Spotify and stuff like that. So I kind of know what they like and what they don't and stuff. So one thing I like to do on his vocal double is add a subtle delay just on the track itself. Usually it's related to kind of the vibe of the rhythm of the track. So a lot of times that's a quarter note or an eighth note or something like that. It kind of follows like, you know, the hi-hat rhythm, you know, and in this song it's like, so I might do like a single eighth note tap.
Thinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Thinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
Again, I don't want the double to stick out too much, but I want it to have that color.
Days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You got me feeling up, thinking and asking why.
Okay, for now, I might tweak a little bit more as it goes on. We also have these distant doubles that I recorded. These are recorded from, 6 feet away.
Got me feeling.
Oop, that's actually not it yet. Those need to go on another track. That is a harmony. Let's pop those down here. Here we go.
From the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
So these are recorded like 6 feet away in the tracking room. Maybe 3 or 4 feet away. I can't remember. It's been a minute. So.
No, I've seen it from the start. It was all around you.
My room doesn't have like a ton of decay. It's about, I don't know, 700 milliseconds, 600 milliseconds. You know, it's under a second for sure. It's closer to half a second. But these are supposed to add some more size and space in the choruses only. You can see that I've got a single double in the verses and then these 2 distant doubles in the choruses.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
It's like a classic pop technique, is adding stereo doubles in the choruses to really emphasize. And to me, it's best done recorded that way, not actually generated with plugins or something. It's just not the same.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I mean, in context, that already sounds pretty good, but I am going to do a couple of just like I said, kind of taming things. I'm going to take out some bottom end, make sure they don't get muddy. The function is not to sound full. The function is to sound wide. And again, this is all about context, how it fits with the lead. I don't really care how it sounds on its own. But I am soloing it so you guys can hear it.
You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Again, I'm going to be a little more aggressive on de-essing.
I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
On the backings.
You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
I'm going to add a little bit of delay on these as well. Let me try this and just see.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
I'm going to try one of my sends rather than that.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Fly away, somewhere high away. To the way that you are, let me surround you.
Yeah, I like both de-essers. And I use them both sometimes because The RDSer to me is a little more aggressive and like obvious, and sometimes that's what I need. The Pro DS is sometimes a little too subtle. So sometimes I'll use both. I really do. It drives me nuts when the S's are out of control. So for now, I'm just going to duplicate this on both of these doubles.
I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Before I forget, I am going to add a little bit of de-essing on the lead as well.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. That we could fly away, somewhere high away.
Yeah, Herb, the Dis and Double trick is really cool. Try recording them. Can be the different mic or the same mic, but try recording them from, 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet away. Not crazy far. Something where you can still hear definition in them, but you get a little bit of room ambience, and they definitely sound like they've got more depth than the lead, especially once you start adding compression and stuff. Then that like depth will really become obvious. Whereas I like to record lead vocals real close, like under a foot every time. I almost never record lead vocals from 2 feet or something like that. They're usually 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches away from the mic. So what you're doing is like you're baking in depth into your recording.
That we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
And for the reverb on this right now, I'm just using a little bit of space echo sound made from Echo Boy. I'm using the Space Echo style, and actually how I'm doing this is there are 2 instances of Echo Boy. One is for the left and one is for the right, and they're slightly different to give like a reverb-like quality. But it's actually like a fluttery pair of delays.
That we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you.
Just a little trick I learned from Chad Blake, and I love doing that.
That we could fly away.
I check in mono all the time. I love mixing in mono. I have a mono button on my monitor controller right in front of me that I've already hit 4 or 5 times in the process of this video. So you guys can't hear that, but I very often mix in mono. I definitely advise doing that. Okay, I'm going to keep listening to my drums and my main instrument.
That we could fly.
Okay, another thing the band expressed to me is they don't want it to get really, quote, big until this first post-chorus, which is right after, like, addicted to the way that you are.
Surround you.
And you have the Kygo hook. So I'm actually going to automate the kick. Before I forget, I'm going to turn off the kick sample and automate a little bit of low end out of our kick up until that point. So how I'm going to do that is actually turn on a filter.
You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
And then I'm going to write that automation in. I want to remember that. kick often sounds kick often sounds a little bit too clicky, like without context. But usually by the end of the mix, it fits well. Again, you can't hear a super dark kick on a cell phone or something. You got to have some attack. You can hit mono for us in Cubase Control Room. That is true. That is very true. I'm so used to hitting it on my own. Let me go ahead and see if I can dim. Yeah, I will try to do that when I can.
Slowly.
I love mixing in mono, everyone. I can't recommend it enough. It's very easy to get biased by the separation of stereo. Like you can be like, oh, everything's so wide and spacious, and it sounds so separated, and I can hear everything. When in reality, you got like frequency problems and masking and all kinds of gunk that you can't even hear because the stereo is messing with you. So I listen in mono a lot.
Hesitations slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Okay, my lead vocal, I'm going to give it a little bit of EQing. I think I'm actually going to do it via multiband.
My hesitation.
Because I want to control certain frequency regions, but not all the time. Just when they get too unruly.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
On vocals, the vocals are all mid-range, basically, like primarily between 200 and 7K. It's like 90% of what a vocal is. This low stuff is there, but if it's a lower singer, then yeah. But I mean, a lot of times, like this very first note of the song,
I'm overthinking.
like that's the type of thing I want to trigger this.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. The days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, got me feeling alright.
Again, what I'm looking for is just like an evenness, a forwardness. I'm not doing a lot here. Like,
I'm overthinking and asking why.
This helps like when he's in this register.
I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
And again, I'm kind of stopping before the sibilance region, the like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10K. I want that to stay pretty natural, and I'm handling that already with de-essers. But this is kind of like I want to control like the nasally hard sounds coming from a vocal, but this is more of like I want to control the chesty, kind of muddy sounds that come from the vocal, and this is for just the low stuff that can kind of pop out awkwardly.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
All right, I'm gonna start working on my bass. I'm kind of always going from, what's most important and then checking it with everything else and going back and tweaking this and tweaking that. And I try to just keep moving. I don't want to spend too long on any one thing. So we really have two main parts on the bass. We have like a lot of whole notes throughout this song, and the bass player is fantastic. So don't get me wrong, he's a really amazing bass player, but he also has good taste and knows maybe this song just needs whole notes. So this is like the main part, mostly whole notes. And later in the song we get to this. So really those are kind of the two basic approaches on the bass, is like very whole note bass, very just filling out the low end, and then towards the second, or the last like 1/3 of the song, it's like this pumpy, kind of pulsy type vibe. We also have a synth bass. We'll get there in just a minute. Let's check out our main bass. One thing I like to do on electric bass, actually, just because I'm really sensitive to this. I know not everybody is, but it's totally fine. It just bothers me. I often put auto-tune on the bass because, like, I don't know what it is, but I feel like real sensitive to intonation of things. And, part of that's just like my job as a producer when someone's tracking guitar to be like, oh, check your tuning. And over the years, I've kind of developed like, it really bothers me when stuff is not in tune. So this bass doesn't sound particularly out of tune to me, but I'm going to go ahead and put on auto tune just to make sure my low end is in tune. Doesn't need much, usually just chromatic mode on baritone and bass. You can see I have it set default to come up on baritone bass because that's one of the only things I actually use auto tune for. I like to get a lot of clarity out of my bass, and bass is interesting because half the time, bass players think they want this real smooth, fat, warm sound, but then you send them a smooth, fat, warm sound, they're like, "Can I get more clarity on my bass?" You know what I mean? And it's like, it's tough because to really hear bass in a mix is tough. It's really tough, especially on small speakers. I'm going to blend in a little bit of sub. See, Entity asks, what do you do when the kick is cutting through some of the notes on the bass, but doesn't on the others? That's a great question. We're going to get there. See, I believe the kick and bass relationship is primarily a timing and phase based one, not so much a frequency based one. Because that's like Entity said on the chat. Let's say your kick is tuned to 55 hertz. Well, if the bass hits an A, you've got like a 50-50 chance of the kick and bass canceling. You know what I mean? And that's dangerous. So people will like, oh, I'm going to dip out a little bit of this frequency because that's where my kick is. But then it's like, that doesn't really fix the problem, does it? Because then it still could cancel. To me, it's mostly a dynamic war. So I like to sidechain kick and bass all the time. And I like to make sure that my bass has plenty of healthy, like sub, like stuff below 50 hertz. So I'm going to actually blend in a little bit of our bass and see if that helps us get a little bit of that low sub stuff. Now, I don't know if you're listening on a phone, you probably won't hear much of this, but it's okay. Another good thing is that Saxon, the bass player, is a good player, and notice what he's doing on this part. He's only hitting sometimes with the kick, and the rest he's actually playing in between. It's like manual sidechaining EDM, But I am going to do a touch, and I often do this. I'm going to do a touch of sidechaining. So what sidechaining is, if you're not familiar, is basically one track is controlling another in some way. I actually really like the original version of Pro C for this. I have Pro C too, but I actually like this one for this specific job a little bit more. I even have a preset I use all the time that I made called Bass Sidechain. And all I really have to do is adjust the threshold, the amount, and the release to time it to groove right. DBX 160, did I say I didn't like it? Maybe I did. I like it now. Sorry. If I ever, it's funny on the podcast, there are so many things that I'm like, oh, I don't like that. And then the next week I'll use it. And I'm like, oh, it's amazing. It's always changing and I'm always, evolving, and it's a never ending process. Okay, so what you're seeing right now is my kick drum is going into, as a sidechain input, it's going into this compressor, and it's now controlling this compressor's movement, not the bass. This is all the kick. If I bypass the sidechain, you can see sidechain, if it's internal, now the bass is triggering it. But if I go external, it's being triggered by the kick. So you can make something else compress as if it were on something else. So take, for example, this section that's got a lot of whole notes in it. This helps the kick and bass remain audible and clear. Hitting that bass a little bit hard. If this is off, to me, it's not that they fight per se, but they don't seem to stand out from each other as clearly as they could. Adding just a couple of dB of sidechain, I'm not trying to go for like EDM pumping. I'm just trying to give them a little bit of kind of push and pull with each other. Okay. Let's check out our synth bass now. So whenever you have synth bass and live bass, typically you have to pick one that's going to win low-end war. They can kind of coexist, but typically one is more holding down the low end and the other's more a textural element. In this case, I'm going to treat the synth bass like a little bit more of a pad, like a low pad. So I'm going to start by making it stereo rather than being basically mono. There's a little bit of stereo movement going on, but hardly any. So I'm going to do that with micro shift. This is just a stereo delay, very short stereo delay, some detuning. It's like a doubler. I'm also going to filter out some bottom end and try to close to my bottom end from my main bass. Entity asks, was the main bass compressed already? A little bit. Yeah, I usually do compress the DI a little bit. You can see there's definitely dynamics in it, though. I mean, it's not, slammed. And then the amp channel, because it has a little bit of, saturation and stuff going on, just from being an amp, it's already a little bit more kind of contained than, a DI sound. Right, like the amp sound has already got a little bit of, grit to it and stuff like that. The bass and kick sidechain, is that something you always do? I would say about 70-80% of the time when I'm working with, full band stuff. So yeah, often, really often. And again, it doesn't take much. I'm not trying to make it sound like EDM. I just want a little bit of interplay between them. The Beatles used to run drums and bass to the same compressor. And if you think about it, it's a similar process because when the kick drum triggers that compressor, it will duck both of them. You know what I mean? And then when the snare hits, it will duck both of them because that's what's triggering the compressor. And since they're both going to that, so it's not like a new idea to kind of have the drums and bass kind of interplay with each other. And EDM didn't create it. It's been around a long time. And to some degree, the master bus compressor is kind of doing that too. When the loud transients of the band, trigger that compressor motion, the entire band compresses a little bit. You know what I mean? It's all in the service of helping out the rhythm and the vibe of the track and getting a tight kind of single large transient for every hit. You know what I mean? I want a little bit more motion on this, so Handman, which is like an auto panner, and I'm just going to give it a little bit of left to right movement, not a ton. The song, after all, is called Surround You, so I want the stereo image to be really kind of like enveloping and wide and full and sound like there's stuff all around you. I'm also going to filter out some of the top end. It's just a little too much. I'm actually going to use Filter Freak for that. I really like the filter in this for using it on synths and stuff like that. It's very much, it feels natural for a synth. I'm also going to do the same type sidechain trick on the synth bass. To me, part of the trick with this is fast attack. Very clean compressor, fast attack. The release has to be kind of adjusted per the tempo of the song. And you got to be careful about what type of compressor it is. Some compressors have a different kind of pump to them. I really like this opto mode for this. And you would think I'd use the classic or clean modes, but for whatever reason, the opto mode, based on the knee and the release curve or whatever it is, I just like how it sounds for sidechaining. I've experimented with a bunch of stuff. And I'm sending the kick group into this compressor. See, if I make it really exaggerated, that's what you get. Which is still kind of cool in its own way, you know what I mean? Like, to have that EDM kind of pumping thing, right?
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
That one's a little hard to tell how well it's working without kind of the rest of the stuff in there. I do feel like my kick and snare need to be a little bit longer sounding, at least right now. So I'm going to add just a little bit of transient designer on the samples. My favorite is the Native Instruments Transient Master. So I'm just going to add a touch of this to both of the samples.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me.
A little more reverb on the snare also. Try a little bit of room sound. Okay, I got another question from Herb. Do you sometimes use mid-side EQ for stuff like synth bass? You can boost the lows, example a little bit, only on the sides, reduce them on the mid. Yeah, oh, totally. I love mid-side EQ on stuff like that. Very handy. And sometimes I'll do the exact opposite of that, where I'll high pass the low end so that the low end stays mono, but then the high end gets really wide. You know what I mean? I love doing that. Mid-side EQ is a great technique for messing with synth basses and really wide frequency synth tracks, really, to control kind of their width at different frequency areas. I'm going to try to add a little bit of kind of breadth and length on my snare by doing a gated room sound. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to add a reverb. And I'm going to side chain in my snare into the gate. Now my snare is controlling the gate. You can see, unless I have my snare on, this isn't going to be doing anything. You can see that this is now triggering the gate. Now, I don't have a great way for you guys to listen to this per se. I'm going to try to do this with the... You can kind of set this however you need it to be, you know what I mean? You can set it to silence and just use it like... Or you can set the range to, 15, 20 dB something and get just like a louder snare effect. Not actually crazy about how that's working, so I might actually try it on the PZM mic, the mono mic. Leave this one kind of as it was and try that on the PZM mic instead. So I'll try to show you this as best I can while turning this stuff kind of down. That's pretty cool. That's a little bit closer to what I wanted. It's a little bit of kind of like, on the snare hits. I'm going to EQ it a little bit. I'm going to also make my room mics a little bit narrower. I'm not using any of our snare sample right now. Blend in a little bit of it. Getting pretty happy with those drums. They're rocking. They sound big and full, but they definitely match kind of the typical thing that we like for the Channel 13 kind of sound. We're sitting at 2.5 hours right now. Trying to hydrate, make sure not to forget to drink water and everything. Hope everyone out there is doing well. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna rest my ears for just a second. So if you guys have any questions, now's a good stopping point. We'll spend like 5 minutes or something. Just give my ears a little bit of a rest. And it's always helpful to do. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Been really happy. The stream has been really stable. My internet's been stable. So yeah, if you guys have questions, put them in the chat. Otherwise, we'll get back to it in just 4 or 5 minutes. Herb, I don't want them to be bus compressing at all. I don't. That's my goal. I mostly am putting it on to protect the output. Like I said early on in the stream. I don't know if you missed it. It's okay. Number one, because I'm live streaming and I'm running into a second computer, second interface. I don't want anything to clip on that front. But like I often leave one on while tracking because like if something gets accidentally turned up on the control surface or you accidentally bump a fade or something, and something goes flying through and blows a headphone amp, and you know what I mean. It's a protective thing, but you can see. I don't want it to be doing anything. You can see it's not doing anything. Good question. Now the compressor is compressing. I am using that for glue. What are some of the biggest misconceptions that bands and artists have when coming in to record a song? Absolutely the biggest one is we understand what we're going for. Really, it takes a long time for bands to have studio experience, work, put out songs, figure out what works for them. It's really hard. And I'm not saying that as like an insult to bands. I'm saying that as like a reality. It's really hard to know what's going to work and what's not going to work. Some bands have lots of recording experience and they can demo stuff like crazy extensively ahead of time. So when they come in, we're basically just like replacing stuff with good sounds, But that's that's pretty rare in the grand scheme. Like a lot of bands come in and they've got, they understand kind of a rough idea of what the drum beat is, the chords. They understand kind of loose vibe, this type of thing. But especially the first couple of times you work with a band, it can be really hard to figure out like what works, like what is cool, what is something they strive for, but also is like what's just working with this person's voice, what type of sounds and reverbs and tonalities work, what things do they like? Do they like the for example, with Channel 13, there's a couple songs that they have that are completely electronic drums, and we kind of tend to miss the live drums for whatever reason. It just sounds more like them when there's some live drums in there, even if they're playing a really sort of electronic beat, like real simple and rigid. There's something about it that just sounds better when you have live drums, and it's just kind of like that. It's tough. I love the Miles Davis quote. It takes a long time to sound like yourself, because it's true. It's true to figure out what works in the studio. And so a lot of bands think they're like super prepared, and they bring it to me. I'm like, listen, like super prepared basically means you've already recorded it yourself and you know exactly what you want. Like that's my definition of like super prepared. And I also don't expect that for every record. So that's probably the biggest misconception. Jeremy asks, with having a lot of processing going on the drums, how do you make the drums sound consistent from song to song? That's a great question. There's a couple methods I do for that. One is obviously like if they were recorded similarly, then that helps. If they were recorded on the same day or the same week or whatever, that's a little tougher these days because stuff is done a lot like in the singles market, right? So there's like a lot of singles being recorded. So I might see Channel 13 once every other month or something. And, part of that is just getting to know the band, getting to know what they like. I could pull up one of their other songs and compare. But I feel like these days it's less important to try to make stuff sound all the same just because it is a singles market. You know what I mean? It's like bands are releasing singles once a month or whatever, every other month, and it just doesn't matter to them as much about sounding super, the same. Now, other things that I can do is, like Innuendo, I can save a channel strip. So I could technically save this channel strip here and save it as, Channel 13 snare drum, and it would save this strip. You should also know, like I've said too, it's a little unfair for me to just speak about it so casually because I've worked with this band a lot. So like I have a pretty good idea of what they're going for. It's really tough when like you get a new client and they want to do 10 songs. To me, one of the best ways to do that, to get consistency on like a record, is to record the drums at the same time if you can. Even if you don't record the rest of the record all at once, like record the drums at the same time. And then whenever you're mixing, like take note of things that work and take note of things that they like and things that like mix a song. And when you know that you've nailed it, when like, oh man, that is super, super helpful. And I like that sound. And it really kind of glues the whole track together. And the drum sound is kicking and all this stuff, all the adjectives, and the band likes it and all this stuff. Once you nail it, maybe that's not on the first mix. Maybe it's on the second mix. Then you can use that as kind of like, all right, what worked, what didn't. I know that they like this kind of sound and all that. And so hopefully that answer helps. Do you always use reference tracks when mixing? If yes, which one would you use for this song? I use reference tracks a lot. I use them more in the recording process, probably. And I mean, if I didn't record this song, then I probably would be using them right now. In fact, I often will drag them into my session, but like with YouTube and streaming and stuff, I can't play them for you, or I'll get a copyright strike. For this song, I don't know a specific one. There are some reference tracks the band has given me that are vibe-wise similar. There was a Kygo song that they gave me. There's another song by Arizona, or is that the name of the song? I actually can't remember now. But yeah, they gave me a couple songs that were helpful, and if I had to pick a direct reference, I don't know. I like I said, it's a little unfair because I've worked with this band enough to kind of know what works and what doesn't. Especially if this was a band I hadn't worked with very much, I would definitely be looking at reference tracks and comparing and whatnot. I don't mix with pink noise ever, but I will sometimes use a spectrum analyzer. Like you can see here, I've got this up. It is sometimes helpful to look at your mix on a spectrum analyzer to see just kind of a rough, am I way too dark? Am I way too fat? Am I way too whatever? But I never like EQ match to pink noise or anything. But this is kind of a similar idea. You know what I mean? Like you kind of try to get a rough idea of the curve, and is it following the general, what's appropriate for that genre, right? Like most music has a general curve to it, and where it's a tilt from lows to highs, right? Like more lows and more highs. So Will says "Love Song" by The Cure was one of the references for this, you believe. So Will is in the band, by the way, guys. So it's not just like some guy. Will plays guitar, and yeah, great song. And again, sometimes references are not about this mix sounds like that mix. Sometimes they're about the feeling you get from listening to one, and the arrangement, like the guitars are this important, or the synths are that important, or the vocal has this upfront quality. So sometimes references are tough, because you got to talk with the band about what is it about this that is special? Why do you like this? Why is it relevant? Is it because you really like the mix, or you like, the sort of nostalgic feeling you get when listening to it? It's a little bit of a tricky thing. But I love references. I always try to use them in the recording process and in the mix process. Okay, we're going to get back into this. Thanks for your questions. We're going to keep working and see what we can see. I'm going to mute some of these other backings for now. Let's start working on our main instruments.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the...
I gotta fix something real quick. This is driving me nuts. These bells, they need some reverb. And so do these. Okay, good. These have them. Those bells are really bright. I'm going to filter those just a little bit. This is like our main hook after the choruses. Okay, Mike asks, what elements do you want to showcase after the vocals? A lot of times I want to make sure my main instrument is really kicking. Like I've got my vocals and I've got my drums and I've got my bass. So essentially what you have is your main melody, your main chord changes, and your main rhythm, right? All the other stuff is kind of subservient to that, right? So next I'd probably go to my main instrument, which in this song is kind of a toss-up between the main synth pad and the Rhodes, which comes in a little bit later. They're a similar frequency region, and they're playing the same chords. So I want to differentiate them a little bit from each other. I don't want this main synth to be quite as full range as it is right now. Yes, I could do this in FabFilter, but this is just fun. I really like Filter Freak. It's like a habit. I like Filter Freak a lot on synths. So this synth, to me, the purpose of it is like vibe.
Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright.
Mostly in the intro, too.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
Again, I'm going to narrow this. I don't want this to get too wide right away.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. I'm always asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned alright, I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
So I want this Rhodes to stick out just a little bit more, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a delay. I've got this one that I kind of prepped called house delay. And this is like a dotted eighth kind of thing, like a lot of house music has. Forgot to go to mono, but I am listening in mono right now. So let me undo it on my controller. I'm listening for separation where I can hear all three of them, right? And mono is a great way to do that.
Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
So these two sounds are kind of the main sounds, and I need them both to coexist.
Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
So this pad is one that did not get printed with what I ended up doing. This ambient pad is way too fat. Again, I've already got my main pad and my keys. This pad actually was recorded just like this, but immediately printed with a ton of high end added and a ton of low end removed. And I mean a ton. So there's 30 dB. I'm going to do some more. Yeah, so realistically speaking, that probably should have just been a different sound. You know what I mean? But it was like we pulled up this pad and we were like, oh, that's so dark. And then we like immediately just like dumped all the low end and added a bunch of top. And we're like, yeah, it sounds great. And then we just kept it. So it started as this. Totally different sound, basically. But like it revealed all this beautiful, like, you know, stuff underneath. And I'm like really filtering out that sub. Don't know why it keeps making a click every time. I'm not sure what that's about. It's weird. Strange. Let's see if that's a plugin causing that. Very weird. Wow, strange. Well, guess we have to add a limiter too. Not sure what's causing that. I don't want this to really be touching. I'm just trying to prevent that weird click. Not that it'll matter like when I render the mix, but yeah, we're adding a bunch of top end. All right, that'll work for now. Problem solved.
Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into...
I also want that wide synth, that ambient pad to be really wide.
Those days were...
That synth is almost like a tuned reverb or something, you know? It's like just there, chilling in the background. It's got very little low end. It's mostly just for this kind of washy ambience. Now the chorus synth is a different story. That is very important and needs to be heard. But it's too bright. It's too bright.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Because it's doing this like filter sweep thing, and I don't want it to go all the way up there. So I'll stop it at maybe, I don't know, what are we, 2K, 3K, a little mellower. We're about 4K right now. Somebody mentioned it early, but somebody asked about, like, do I add mid-side EQ? I'm actually going to do this on this chorus pad. And my goal is to have it be narrower in the low end and wider in the high end, excuse me. So what I'm going to do is some mid-side EQ. And I'm going to pull down some low end on my sides and boost some high end on my sides. That means that my mid low end, or my side low end will now get narrower and my side high end will now get wider. Phrased another way, my sound will be more of a triangular shape, if that makes sense, where it's narrower down low and wider up high. Not much, just a couple dB. What's cool about that on a sound like this, though, is because this sound already has like a filter sweep kind of quality to it, it gradually makes the mix have a motion that's like narrow to wide, because as it goes up in frequency, it gets wider. Okay, cool. So I'm just kind of jumping around here. I'm going to go back and focus on drums. Let's also, so at the intro of the song, we have these snaps. These are important.
Build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling. Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from. Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away.
So again, common, a recurring theme in this type of band is mixture of electronic, and organic. So we have like these types of claps, but then we also have these, and we have these. I don't like the reverb on those claps. I'll try it on this. Works better.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was.
Oh, thanks, guys. As you can see, I'm making the client happy. That's good. That's a good sign. It'd actually be pretty hilarious if they're like, "Well, I don't like any of this." I'm gonna pull down the bass right up front. I really don't think we need to hear a ton of bass until that first chorus.
Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away.
Okay, this guy needs some help. This quote fat house piano is too fat. It's taking up a lot of room. Needs to be a lot brighter. And I do actually, sorry about that. Because I have the original instrument, I can tweak the instrument if I want. This is more like traditional kind of fake sounding house piano. Now this has this big, beautiful... I'm going to try to find a spot in between. Another feature of house piano. Oh, sorry guys, I'm in mono again. Such a habit to just press it on my controller. So I'm now in mono on Nuendo. I'm gonna try to do better at that. Like if that shows you how often I use mono a lot. Yes, it's a lot of EQ.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
So we don't make stuff stand out just by EQ. We make it stand out with compression too. And a big part of this piano, I want the impact of those hits to be heard. That's my goal, is the bah. I want that sort of brass kind of sound. So I'm going to compress the crap out of this. Let's try 1176. Like, there are always moments where adding just a tiny bit of EQ is better, and there are moments where adding a ton of EQ is better. And I urge all of you to not ever be like, oh, that's too much, like, or that's not enough, you know? Like, try to just listen and respond, and if you have to crank the top end on something, then do it. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing it on everything, and I wouldn't recommend doing it on, like, master bus. But, you know, if a certain sound needs to be heavily manipulated, then do it. Almost it, but not quite. I'm going to try to find a compressor that nails what I'm looking for, which is like a hard-edged yet controlled kind of bah, you know? I want that transient to really be... I'll try a DBX 160. It might be a little bit too much, though. Yeah, that's a little slow. Let's go to our old friend Distressor.
Close my eyes.
Hey Herb, you're not wrong. It is a lot more fun and doesn't doesn't cause me nearly as many problems when the musicians and singers are this good. You're really not far off for saying that. Like, um, the source to me is absolutely essential, and like I think mixers and stuff. And I'm saying this as a mixer, like doing a podcast here about mixing. Mixers kind of get a lot of glory that's a little bit undeserved. Like to me, so much of the reason why something sounds the way it is and why the way it does is because of the actual sources, meaning like the singers, the players, the instruments, the rooms, the things that are actually being recorded. The engineers and the producers who make all those decisions early on. Like if the song is written well and it's performed well, the emotion is there, the guitars have a ton of killer performances, the synths have well selected sounds. I mean, the mixer's job is not the difference between that like completely flopping and not. You know what I mean? And so yeah, the mixer often gets a little bit too much glory in my opinion. Now the job is still obviously important and it can make or break something. But to me, it ultimately is less important than the actual getting great raw tracks. Because great raw tracks also kind of tell you what to do. You know, they're like, oh, okay, I understand the point and the function of this track. So let me just work it in and make it fit. And again, I think, like I said, there's a time and place for everything. There's a time to compress stuff like crazy, and there's a time to barely tap it. You know what I mean?
You know I've seen
Also going to add a little bit of that house delay on this piano. What's up, TA? Want to ask something. Sorry, I can't see that. On my screen, the photo's really tiny. Question is, I want to ask something. While I'm mixing in mono, how can I mix reverb and delay truly? Because they are stereo, so after mix mono, when I come to reverb, should I turn it to stereo for pressing? That is such a great question. So mono is great for setting the amount of reverb, but that's kind of it. It's nice for setting like, can I hear it? Is it blending well with like the frequency region? But yeah, you can't really like achieve much depth in the mono realm of deciding like, is this too big? Is it too deep or wide? Is it too, you know what I mean? It doesn't really tell you much about that. What it does tell you about though is can it be heard enough in context? You know what I mean? Am I getting enough when everything's kind of jammed down to one mono output? Am I actually hearing it in the context of the mix? And that's really important because, you know, a lot of times you'll add reverb and it'll sound like too much in solo. But in context, it doesn't, you know, and that's really important. Great question. Oh yeah, another thing that needs that house delay is these synth plucks. I don't know if you guys can hear that at home, but these have gobs of low end. Look at that. Look at that. on the spectrum analyzer here how low that goes. That's surprising. I need to tame some of that. Be different. Let's try this. That's kind of nice. That's a perfect example of why having a limiter on the master is helpful, because if something gets turned on crazy loud, that could have hurt somebody's ear. That's almost more about the delay than it is about the dry sound, to be honest. Okay, here's a good example. On these synth plucks, when I go to mono, I can't really hear that delay quite so much. That just added that little bit. Now in stereo, that might sound like a little bit too much. Like anywhere from 1 to 4 dB too much is what I find. Is like sometimes in stereo, it's like, I just need to pull it down like 2 dB. But it's just not quite enough in mono. You just like don't hear it suddenly, and you turn it up like 2 or 3 dB, and then it's like, oh, now I can hear it. You know what I'm going to do also is, because I'm trying to conserve headroom, I'm trying to conserve low end, I'm trying to give the elements that really need it the low end when they need it and not when they don't need it, if that makes any sense at all. So what I'm going to do is actually sidechain our keyboards. I'm going to sidechain our house piano into our main synth pad. Actually, what am I going to do here? Let me use the Rhodes instead. Well, okay, so here's what happens. When the chorus comes in, a new Please tell me if I'm wrong. After I set the amount of reverb, I can go to stereo mixing. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to check back and forth, and I know people, to be honest, that never mix in mono. So like, you know, this is all just my opinion. This is just what works for me. You might try mixing effects in mono and be like, I hate this. I hate this completely. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Yeah, like for me, you got to listen to it in stereo eventually. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you can't really fine tune it. You got to find the good compromise for both. Okay, so here's what happens. When the house piano comes in, it's pretty fat. And the chorus synth also comes in, which is kind of fat, but it's pretty buzzy and wide. The house piano is not super wide. They coexist together pretty well. Entity, I'm about to do that right now. That's where I'm going with this. Nice call. So the idea is that when that comes in, the main synth pad that we're using in our verses, it really just doesn't need much low end anymore. Now I could automate the low end down, or I could also sidechain in to a multi-band compressor. That's what I'm going to do now. So I've got a multi-band compressor on my main synth pad. I'm going to run it up pretty high. Our input's going to be the fat house piano. So when the fat house piano plays, I'm going to set my sidechain to external. It's going to turn down the low end of this main pad. So you can audition, you can hear that's piano, but I want mostly the attack to handle it. So I can high pass filter my input. So what's essentially happening is, whenever that house piano comes in, sure, yeah, hopefully that answer helped you, TA. What's happening now is that our fat house piano is turning down the low end on our main synth pad, which lets them both coexist. Sidechaining is such a great tool for allowing things to kind of coexist and kind of like trigger each other. Okay, now I'm going to come in and you take all your low end out, and I'm going to come in and you're going to turn down when I hit and then turn back up. You know what I mean? But it's like a real kind of classy, sleek way to do it automatically rather than having to automate all of it. Alright, the tambourine's driving me a little bit nuts. I need to tighten it. And I don't just mean with EQ, I mean like dynamically. Like it feels a little loose, and I want it to be more like a little more shakery. You can try a transient designer, which can help sometimes. That helps. It's a little unnatural sounding. So I'm going to do something I like to do. Because this is a loop, I can get away with this. I'm going to give this, I'm going to put a tremolo on it. Make this really kind of unnatural and then blend it in just a little.
Around you. No, I've seen it from the start. It was all around you.
That helps.
Took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Okay, so like these bells are really important on their own, so I'm actually going to send them to their own group. So I'm going to make a stereo, and I'm going to send them to the synth group. I'm going to call these synth bells. And this is all synths. Herb, you also make a very good point. Sometimes you don't really want the reverb to be audible in mono. You know, sometimes you do want it to be super subtle, and that's totally fine too. I'm going to give these bells just a little bit of grit, so I'm going to blend in some decapitator.
To keep the moment, I close my eyes.
One thing you might be noticing, you know, if you've been paying attention, is that gradually my vocal starts to sound less dry. Starts to sound more dry, and that's because you're starting to fill it up with other things, and now you can't hear the reverb so much. When it's on its own, you can.
Feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start. It was all around.
But in context,
Feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start. It was all around you. You took me by the
so there's like the mono stereo problem, but there's also the solo context problem. Agreed. Also with Entity, mid-side EQ is a great way to help make stuff sound great in mono and stereo. For example, if something sounds too wide in stereo, but it sounds perfect in mono, you can take down some of the side channel a little bit, or EQ the side channel down a little bit in certain areas, so that when you go to stereo, it now sounds more similar to how it did in mono. Um, and really, when you're using like stereo wideners and stuff like that, like when I'm narrowing stuff, that's effectively what I'm doing. I'm narrowing certain things because I want certain things to occupy the wide spaces, and I want other things to be a little bit more in the middle. And you're kind of just trying to make room, and again, try to present this picture that presents the elements in the way that you want, that the artist wants, and all the above.
Feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start. It was all around you.
So, I started working on some guitars. I actually worked on a delay chain that I made in, oddly enough, Guitar Rig. I worked on this to get this type of thing. This is essentially just like a little harmonizer and a little bit of reverb and a little bit of this kind of space echo type of delay. Main rhythm guitars. I'm going to give that on all the main rhythm guitars. You know, people sleep on Guitar Rig because they think like, oh, I don't really like amp simulators or whatever. You know, I think they're super handy for just writing or practicing, or, you know, if it's quiet and you need to, you know, practice on your own with the sound or something. But the effects on them are kind of cool. They're kind of weird and scrappy, and just like with pedals, like sometimes they don't they don't sound great, quote quote. They kind of have a cool lo-fi thing to them, and that's kind of cool. It's just using the effects only, and you can see like they've got delays and echoes and reverbs. Jeremy asks, nerd question, how much CPU do you have? My computer would have crashed numerous times. I have an Intel i9 10-core processor, so a lot. I am using about, I'll actually press play.
Around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly.
About 33% CPU. You know, this is a big session, and we're not even, we're like, I don't know, maybe halfway done. We're getting there. Most of the heaviest processing is probably going to be, you know, on our drums and our master bus, and I don't know, some of this stuff I guess can get pretty heavy. But yeah, it's a pretty hefty computer. Yeah, no, I'm TA's. I totally have experienced the same thing. It's a weird phenomenon, you know, the mono stereo thing, the mid side thing, the solo context. Those are all weird, man, and the perception is so strange with that stuff. And you can swear all day long, like it's got tons of reverb. How come I can't hear it? And it's, I think one of the basic things that if people understood this more, it would really help them answer the same questions over and over. One of those things is like people tend to think of, like, because of the way we see it visually, that your stereo bus is like all the tracks playing back at once. But like really what's happening is all of these tracks are summing into a single stereo complex waveform that speakers can recreate. You know what I mean? It's like these things are combining into one waveform ultimately. And like there are limits. You know what I mean? Like there are limits to what you can hear from a waveform. And it's hard, right? Like it's hard to be able to hear everything that we want to hear, and that's part of one of the biggest challenges of mixing. It's like we're trying to take all this information and stuff it into 2 speakers, 2 headphones, whatever, and hopefully make it appear as though it's all there and it's got some depth and it's got some, you know, anyway.
You know I've seen it from the start. It was all. back to you, yeah. Got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly
So there's a cymbal swell somewhere. It's like this digital. There it is. I want this to have some reverb on it. I don't mind this riser. I might put a little bit of reverb on that, but I want this digital crash. Like as an effect. This will help this transition here.
To keep the moment, I close my eyes. Oh, now your current's in my veins and I'm paralyzed.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Mike.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Yeah, Herb's tip is a good one. Using a mono reverb or mono delay is a great way to go. And my template, I've got a, let's see, I've got a spring reverb that is basically mono. I think there's a little bit of stereo going on, but I also have a short slap delay that's mono, a dirty tape slap that's mono, and a mono tape delay. And a lot of times that can be super helpful. I totally agree. The mono, that's a good tip.
To keep the moment, I close my eyes.
Hey, thanks, Jeremy. That's super nice. Yeah, go check out Channel 13 on Spotify and all your favorite streaming apps and stuff. They're a really cool band.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was my hesitation slowly fade away with you.
I'm trying to tame a kind of harshness I'm hearing on the snare.
Side. You know my hesitation slow.
A little bit of that could be coming from the overheads, so one one thing that can be handy is to do a little multiband, but trigger it from the low end. So my cymbals are still nice and bright. I don't want to take away from that, but I can trigger this high band to only trigger from low end.
My hesitation slowly fade away.
I could even trigger it to only trigger from my snare frequency.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start.
And maybe my overheads are a little bright overall.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side.
What this is doing is every time the snare hits, the topping gets turned down a little bit.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
So Entity asks, I usually seem to have a problem with adding too much spatial effects when I'm listening to the whole mix, and there always sounds like I can't hear them, so there's no point in having them. How do you deal with that? It's funny. I have the opposite problem. I have a tendency to not add enough effects, and clients are like, it's not indie enough, or something. Like, sounds too dry. How do I deal with it? Lots of ABs and testing in mono, testing in stereo. Headphones can sometimes reveal effects in a weird way, and what I mean by weird is like a unique way. Like it's different than speakers. Headphones are tricky for depth, so I find that that's super essential with speakers. But headphones will allow you to hear effects more. And yeah, I mean, feedback from clients. I mean, they'll tell you if they think their voice is too dry or too awkwardly, whatever. A big part of it for me is just trying to tailor the effects and really working on effects that aren't. I have such a hard time with stock effects presets. Like all of these effects that are in my template are things that I have refined over the years. Like, here's this drum plate, but then I've got this EQ on it. You can see I'm doing some mid-side. I'm pushing the mids on the side channel, not to be confusing there. I'm pushing the mid-range frequencies on the side channel. But then, I've all worked with this stuff. Like this stuff is time tested, and I work on this stuff. And over time, I just like work on this template more and more and more. And I get these effects that like, I know they work well for me. And I think that's really helpful for me is figuring out like certain effects and plugins that work for you and just experience. I know it's kind of a cop-out answer, but it's true. It's true. Just over time, you'll get better at it.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
I'm also going to add a tiny bit of that house delay on these. Maybe a little bit less. That's a lot.
I close my eyes.
I probably need to pull the feedback down on that a little. That's a lot of feedback on that delay.
Keep the moment.
This is our funky guitar. I'm gonna pull down just a touch of low end, add a little bit of verb. That might be it. It might be all it needs. It's a cool sound already.
Slowly fade. Moment, I close my eyes.
That reverb's a little too big in my opinion. Maybe I just need like a large room, maybe. No, see, I'm gonna actually use a delay. I'm gonna use a stereo delay on this. Yeah, there we go. That's cool. Like, up to this point, every time I'm listening to the band, I'm usually trying to listen to everything. Like, I haven't listened to it instrumental yet without the vocals. I'm gonna do that. Okay, those tom fills are... No, okay, what I want to say here is, like, you probably have noticed at this point, if you've been sticking with me, I kind of just go with my gut. Like, right now, those toms bothered me. So I was like, you know what, I'll work on those now. And because I've already gotten, like, a solid foundation, like my vocal, my bass, my drums, I'm happy with how those sound. I know my master bus is working well. I don't have to worry so much about, like, okay, I'm going to do this and do this. I can just kind of go with what I feel and know, oh, that's a good decision because I know my vocal is loosely where it's going to be. The having that constant reference point is super helpful. So those toms sound like a little too roomy. They need to sound a little more like, you know, what they're going to sound like. So I'm going to add some reverb to my room mics. And you'll probably notice when it comes to drums, a lot of times I like to add the reverb on the channel. Podcast. That's really cool. You guys have followed the podcast. I'm so glad it's helpful for you. That was my whole thing. It really is. I really wanted the podcast to be a resource because, I mean, anyone out there who's been doing audio for a while knows the internet is like a lawless wasteland full of information. and with audio, especially when I first started, 13, 14, 15 years ago, around that time, there was so little out there on the internet that was reliable. There were some forums, there were a couple of, websites that had decent information. And then over the course of, 10 years, it just exploded into this thing. And I used to get most of my information from books and just from trying stuff myself. And so, I mean, I started the podcast over 10 years ago, and And I was like, I just want to help people and like give them advice, and like I know I'm not, the pro from all their favorite records, but I was like, maybe I can help people and make it easier for them to find quality information at a single spot. So I hope I've done that for you, and hopefully you guys have, improved and learned a lot, and anyway. So what I was saying is, you might have noticed I like to put reverb on percussion on the tracks themselves. One of the reasons I like to do that is because if they end up going into compression, that simulates that it was recorded that way. And I like the way that it makes the reverb pump, which is kind of like how it would be if you were in a bigger room. If you recorded these toms in a bigger, like a stadium, right? And then compressed them in the mix, there'd be reverb on them. So it makes sense to me. Woo! That's a powerful tom right there. Let me try to see how it sounds in context over here. Hey, what's up, Duncan? That's pretty cool. I don't know about you guys, but I think that sounds cool. I don't necessarily want them quite that wide, so I'm going to break my rule of 5 pan spots and pan these a little narrower. I feel like I need to add a little bit of grit on my bass. Okay, this is starting to come along. I feel like my electrics are a little bit unruly. Like maybe there's a tiny bit too much low end in them. Yeah, like some of those. Like when I do the rakes on the guitar, that low thing is like bleh, you know, and it's kind of bothering me. I'm going to add just a touch of compression. I'm going to do Pro C, simple. Starting to sound pretty hot, y'all. That's a nice groove. The guitars are sounding cool. Starting to get some vibes with the delays and stuff. I'm gonna check out this one. Okay, so this one has a delay printed on it. But I want to accentuate it. Let's do a little more. So this is kind of an odd one, but I'm kind of bothered by my hi-hat. I kind of want to hear it more consistently. So there's a couple tricks I'll do for that. First, I want to make sure I'm really high-passing out the stuff that I don't want. I already am doing a lot, but I mean a lot. Now that I'm sure that that stuff is gone, I'm going to add a little bit of compression to it. I know this sounds crazy, guys. I know. um, See, notice the problem. The compressor is still responding to the snare hits mostly, not the hi-hat hits. So here, I'm going to do what I did on my tambourine. Contrary to popular opinion, I actually really love hi-hats when they're in the middle. I don't always pan my hi-hat. Sometimes it bothers me big time when the hi-hats are off to one side, because it's such an important part of the groove, of certain grooves. It feels like putting it off to the side makes the groove kind of move weird. You know what I mean? Because it's like you have this kick and snare, and then there's this just hi-hat over there. And to me, that's almost like, to me, like, I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I think you might understand what I'm saying, where it feels like the image is shifted to the left the whole time because that hi-hat keeps pulling you away from the center. So I love this synth sound. This was a last minute decision. I sent this to the band. I was like, hey, I was trying out some stuff, and check out this synth I added at the end. I don't know what it is, but something about like a closed voicing on a synth like that, it's just a beautiful sound to me. I don't know, it almost sounds like French horns or something, you know, like that sort of feeling you get from like a really well arranged. That's basically the right hand of the piano chords, but played on this type of synth. So I'm gonna give that a little bit of width with micro shift. And again, the function of this is not for low end. I used to hate taking out low end on stuff. I still kind of do, actually. But when I started getting in the habit of asking myself, like, what's the function of this? Is there something else that's doing the low end there? You know what I mean? And usually the answer is yes. And so I'm like, oh, well, I guess I don't feel as bad then, you know, because there's another synth pad with low end. And then there's, of course, the bass with the really low end. You know, he's playing a 5-string bass. So stuff below, you know, 100 hertz is, there's a lot of that. So like, I don't need that on most instruments. And the Rhodes is playing a pretty bassy sound, but we've brightened it up and, you know. Yeah, good morning to you too, Robbie. I've got a great podcast listener base in Australia. That's another reason I wanted to do this at this time because it's like it's so hard to balance like U.S. and Australia. The world is huge, everyone. Like the time zones. My gosh. Um, so just thinking of like when can I do this? I was like I wanted to go until maybe 6, 7 o'clock just to give people from as many different time zones as I could. And I mean, it usually does take me 4 to 8 hours to mix a song. Um, and of course, I knew that, I'll be talking over this. So even though it was well recorded and it's a good band and a good performance and good song, I might be able to mix it in 5 hours. But because I'm talking over it and stuff, trying to explain things I'm doing, might be like 7. So I might be done around 7, 8 o'clock my time. Right now it's 5 o'clock my time. So we got about 2 more hours left, I'd say. Um, I want to have dinner with my wife, so uh, we'll we'll try to get done by 7:30 ish. How about that? But yeah, greetings. Um, 1 a.m. for you. Yeah, there's no way to. Everybody's unhappy when I actually asked the question to my Patreon supporters. I was like, hey, when's the best time for streams? I want to do some Patreon, patron only streams, right? And it was like 9 p.m., 1 p.m. You know, it's like complete opposites. 7 a.m. on Saturdays. It was all over the map, and I was like, cool. I know nothing now. I've learned nothing from this. So it's tough, but the good thing is this video should be up. I YouTube has its flaws, yes, but um, I'm able to stream, I think, for 12 hours, and then it's going to be uploaded. You guys can watch this later, and it's really pretty amazing that you can do this. You can stream in HD to YouTube for 12 hours and just, I mean, just go for it. It's crazy. That's great, man. Robbie, thanks for being a listener and supporter. It's been a long time. I have a lot of listeners who've been listening for over 5 years, and um, that's great. I'm glad you're still learning from them. This is kind of new frontier and everything. It's fun though. I'm excited about seeing where this goes. Oh, this is a cool sound. Check out all that low end on a hi-hat. This is one of the reasons I love Nuendo and Cubase, because every channel has an analyzer and you can quickly check out something that you might have missed. If you're just breezing along and you're like, oh my gosh, look how much low this hi-hat has. Completely unnecessary. Man, that's a cool sound. I forget about some of these. Oh, yeah, we've got this open hat sound. This is also a last minute decision. This is almost more like a tambourine hit that comes in the second half of this chorus. You'll hear that later. Let's check out some of our crashes and stuff. Ooh, I'm excited to hear the gong. My God, that's got some low end. I don't know if you guys can hear. I know that the stream quality is not like amazing on the audio. I mean, it's an MP3, I think, but holy cow. That thing has got some sub. Wow. I'm going to take care of that. Another one of those types of sounds you might have to add a bunch of high end to. Also ends up pretty subtle in the grand scheme. You know, it is what it is. Okay, so here's a solo section. I say solo. There's this guitar and a low octave of it. These are dry, but they really need to follow the vibe a little bit closer. So to me, I'm going to put some chorus on this. A lead like this is one of the best examples I can give you of like where I might soft pan something, meaning like 18%. That chorus, particular chorus, is really, really strong. I'm going to try a different one. I don't have to add chorus on this low one. In fact, it could get a little bit murky if there was chorus on both. This is a really cool plugin for making stuff a little bit lo-fi. It's called RC20. I think that delay is not quite the right time. It's amazing how the delay on something can totally change how it feels. This is another candidate for soothe, just because it's going to be really out front. Some of those resonances from chorus pedals and stuff can get a little wacky. You know, now that I'm hearing it, I might need a more drastic chorus. Let me try that other one again. Brigade, that's what it is. Okay, I'm going to try to do a little bit of both. So I'm going to actually set up Brigade as a send. Main signal dry. Not quite it. Let me try something else. Okay, that's all right. I'm not 100% crazy about it. Let me try the same guitar rig thing I had on this. This tape echo. I'm okay with that for now. Still can't decide if I love it, but you know. Let's move on. Let's check out some of these percussion elements. Okay, these tracks are actually reversed. This is supposed to be the stereo overhead. There's our ride mic. Actually want to kind of brighten this thing up a little bit. Okay, it's been a minute. I'm just gonna let this song play, and I'm gonna turn our lead vocal back on, and I'll turn our double on, and I'll turn on distant doubles. I'll leave our backing vocals off for now. We'll just kind of take stock of where we are, and just see how it sounds.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. Took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. To keep the moment, I close my eyes. Oh, now your current's in my veins and I'm paralyzed. My hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you
that lead line is definitely not quite right yet. Immediately as it came in, I was like expecting this like super cool vibe change, and it almost sounded like more plain. So we need to work on that. I'm going to mute those for now. We'll just listen to that section. Ooh, there's a great chorus within Guitar Rig that I'm not using. It too is a copy or clone or model of a Boss chorus ensemble, but it sounds particularly good on guitars. Okay, so it's under modulation. It's this ensemble. This sounds really great on guitars. Super cool. It's actually getting there. It's starting to get that like darker warmth thing. If it's too bright, then it cuts, but it doesn't command, if that makes sense. Like you get a lot of nice transient info, but then you can't turn it up too loud. Same is true with vocals. Like the vocals are too harsh or too bright, you feel like you can't turn them up loud, but then you do turn them up loud, and it makes the whole track small. So then you make them a little darker, and then it's just like this balancing act. So I'm actually going to add a little bit of compression. I'm going to do it before the Guitar Rig actually. Okay, this is getting somewhere. This is getting somewhere. Let me try that same Guitar Rig thing. I'll make the chorus more subtle on the low one. thanks for checking out the stream, Herb. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that seems a lot more interesting and commanding. You know, it like grabs your attention. It's like, I don't know what it is about it exactly, but ooh, we might have a wrong bass note in the house. We don't, but it sounds wrong in context. Let me try copying this one. Weird. This note sounds wrong. I might try to change this. I think it's this one interfering with the bass, this low octave. I'm going to pitch shift this down. It's a little goofy, but... I know that's goofy, but it actually works better in context and it doesn't change the melody line. It doesn't, it's not a problem there because the bass is playing a different chord. All right, well, that's one way to do that. That's one solution. I'm liking how that solo sounds. It sounds a lot more interesting and commanding, and like the tone was on purpose, not like I was just messing around with stuff. Like it sounds like, oh wow, that's got a nice sort of thickness to it. It's up front, but it's not too bright. Okay, so here at the last chorus, it definitely sounds like not quite there yet, but there's a lot of backing vocals at that last chorus, so that's definitely part of what I'm missing. Like, there's a lot going on. It's going to sound like, you know... Surround you just the way you are. Surround you. And then the repeat vocals are even, you're going to add even more layers to that.
Surround you just the way you are. Surrounded by the hand, got me up into a better. Surround you just the way you are.
I got to make sure and not feel the temptation to be like, oh, like this pad, I just turned it up by a couple dB. I'm like, you know what? It's gonna sound fine. Like when I first heard that chorus, I was like, oh man, it's empty, you know, like what's missing? And again, my brain is trying to hear it like finished, and those vocals just aren't in yet. So I'm gonna listen to it again from the solo. I'll put in the vocals now just to kind of see all the backing vocals, even though we haven't really touched them, but. So this, I feel like this needs to be, I need to undo this. I know I did this and I made the low end narrower and the highs wider. I actually feel like it needs to be as it was, and maybe the opposite, this synth. Almost wish it had some more mids that were wide. So literally basically the opposite of what I was doing before, but I mean that's part of the job. You listen and respond and see, is this working, is that working? These mids seem to be getting in the way of the vocal a little bit, the lead vocal. So I'm going to pull out these mids on the mid channel. That's just annoying on every channel. Again, another reason why it's handy to have the all vocals bus. I could just do this if I wanted to hear it instrumental. I think I could also stand a little bit more width on my piano now. I'm going to have this on the low octave lead. Because this lead kind of jumps around, it can be a little helpful to have the multiband catch those low notes. I also am going to put soothe on this. I'm listening in mono again, as you could probably tell. So I've got an interesting idea for sidechain, which is in the choruses we have these rhythm guitars. We also have our big pianos. But the synth, the intermittent fasting pad, and these guitars kind of take up a similar tonal region. So I'm going to sidechain the guitars into the synth so that they can kind of both coexist nice and strong in the choruses. And I'm actually going to do it multiband. So what's going to happen is the guitars are going to turn down briefly the high end. Let's see. When the guitar transient hits, it's going to turn down the high end of the pad. I don't have to send both of them to it because they're both basically playing the same thing. That allows me to make the fasting pad a little bit, like a little bit more present, just a little, but then have them coexist. And even in mono, they sound totally compatible and like do not distract from each other. Like you can hear both very clearly. Okay, musically, this is sounding pretty good. Let me listen to one more thing before we start kind of messing with vocals. I like how those plucks kind of sound like behind your head almost, like. Again, that's one of those things that, like, on its own sounds like way too much delay, but in context, it's that sound's function is more about triggering the delay almost. Okay, so I don't know what it is, but I feel like this guitar needs to be panned left in the second verse and right in the first verse, because the funky guitar, just for whatever reason, to me sounds better on the right. So that's what I did. I also feel like my overheads and rooms need to come down in that first verse and second verse. Just a little. I'll make this dark so you can see what I'm doing better. This is my room mics. I'm gonna bring back the room mics with my snare. And I'm going to take my overheads down, but I'm not going to turn them off. Same spots here. My overhead. Here's my overheads. what's the planning of the two guitars? Do you mean panning, or like what's my plan for them? Um, right now, I have my chorus guitars hard left and right, and my verse guitars 50-50. And there's really only two verse guitars. There's this verse guitar and then the funk guitar that comes in the second verse. So it just feels right. I don't know. It feels right at the entrance of the verse to have the guitar that enters be 50 right. And so in the second verse, the funk guitar enters. So when then the second guitar comes in there. Yeah, it sounds fine to me. I don't know. It's different. It keeps you on your toes. It's different than the first verse. Form of dynamics. I'll call it that way. Okay, so the claps are sounding just a little harsh to me, so... I'm going to tame the extra super top end on some of these. And that one's got some real high stuff. Check out with this bypass. Look at the analyzer, like up here. Like way up there. There's like this little flip up right at like 20K. I don't know if I can actually hear that, but there's definitely like, I'm definitely sensing harshness up there, really high. Again, if something is too harsh or there's weird ringing frequencies, you won't want to turn it up. Your brain will like reject it. It'll be like, no, that's fine. You know what I mean? So I'm so into that, like picking out the harshness. So where you feel like something can be turned up. Sorry, I used tape mode for a second. Okay, that's all starting to sound pretty good. Um, Okay, I think I'm ready to move on to some vocal stuff. I'm pretty happy with how the music is sounding. Uh, I'm gonna take a quick break, just listening wise. So if you guys have any questions, go ahead and put them in the comments. I'll just rest my ears for a couple minutes. I'm gonna grab a drink and we'll talk for just a few. It is 5:54 p.m. Central Standard Time, so we'll give myself a 5-10 minute break. I'm gonna grab a drink, and if you got questions, put them in the comments, and we'll talk about them. Okay, got some water. Jose asks, cool sounding track. What's going on with the kick? Is that triggered slash sample layered? Yeah, I've got a little bit of samples blended in on the kick. It's not crazy loud. You can see like the kick sample track here is down at -14. Samples we're blending in are, we got two. We got one that's like a subby kind of thing. and one that is like a crunchy mid-range kind of thing. They're a little more electronic sounding, so that's being blended in. But the live kick sound is great too. It's a 24-inch kick drum, so it's big. That mid-range one really helps. It helps it sound like "gaw," you know what I mean? And I like that. And the 8080 one kind of helps it give a little more length. Probably should have recorded the kick drum a little less dampened, in my opinion. Any other questions? Just throw them in the chat. I'm gonna keep chilling out for just a minute. Okay, Will ask, Kendall, if you're recording a big / full Foo Fighters type song with a lot of distorted guitars, how does mixing process differ to make sure the frequencies can exist clearly together? That is a great question. So with every type of song or arrangement, whether it's big distorted guitars or clean guitars with chorus, they each have their own challenges. But I do think the basic philosophy is the same, and that is figure out the priorities. Foo Fighters, for example, Dave Grohl, one of the reasons why their stuff works is because Dave Grohl's got a really cutting voice. And yet it's also kind of compact. Like, I wouldn't say Dave Grohl has a ton of low end on his voice, you know? So it pokes really well. It cuts through a mix. Now the guitar situation, again, some songs are all about like the vocal and the drums, but I feel like a band like Foo Fighters, it's like the guitars are almost just as important as the vocals, you know? And it's a similar philosophy of figuring out the priorities and figuring out the vibe. And again, I think a lot of people think that it's like magic in the mix, but so much of it comes down to like, you better get that right in the recording. Because I can't remove distortion from a guitar if there was too much. You know what I mean? I can't. I can add more, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? It's not the same as getting it right at the amp. So I think that's a thing that so many people just they think they don't think about it enough early in the process. I'll put it that way. Like when I'm recording bands, producing bands, working with bands, I'm trying to think about the mix priorities. I'm trying to think like, okay, like this guitar is going to be a lead, like it needs to sound like this. It needs to kind of be this type of tone, and let's pick a guitar and an amp that will feature that. And I know that, if this is like a Foo Fighters type song, I'm going to have 2 or 3 guitar parts at least. I'm going to have 2 big rhythms, probably some lead stuff or probably some alternate stuff. Like a lot of times in Foo Fighters songs, because there are 3 guitar players, there are 3 guitar parts, but there's sometimes even more. So it's like, all right, I know one thing to be true, and that's that like the guitar parts have to be written really well, which thankfully they are. They have to coexist with the bass, so there's no sense in having the bass player play, super high and really distorted if the guitars are playing really low and really distorted, because they're just going to fight with each other. Um, the tone of the bass in a Foo Fighters type song is way different. That's one significant change. Typically, in a Foo Fighters type song, the bass is really distorted, and it might not sound like it in the track, but in solo it is, and it's often played with a pick. It's a lot of different things, like specifically, but in general, the whole idea is the same. I approach it very similarly, of like focus on my priorities early in the mix and make sure that they are like, we basically haven't touched the sound of the lead vocal this whole time. I added this like pretty early on, but it's subtle. It's a couple dB of movement. Like, I was able to say, like, I'm prioritizing the sound of the vocal early and then kind of leave it alone. Like, kind of let it be what it is and work around it. And I think with Foo Fighters, I would probably do that with guitars. Like, I'd get guitars in the song early, you know what I mean? And mix kind of around them. Because they're so important, Jose asks, processing on the kick bus. So the kick bus is, I've got my inside mic and my outside mic. There it is. Inside mic and outside mic, those have nothing on it. Okay? Nothing. That's just as they are. Got a transient designer. Adding just a touch of attack and cutting some of the sustain. I probably don't actually need that, now that I think about it. But then I've got a gate. Like, if I was hoping to get more sustain by adding the sample, like, I probably don't need to, you know what I mean? Anyway, whatever. Adding a gate. It's not cutting totally. I'm cutting 30 dB at the lowest, but, I'll just go through it. Like, the release time on this is pretty slow, 1,000 milliseconds. So it's really just cutting the very, very tail end of that. Something like that. And then we've got a little bit of Fab Filter, Q3. It's funny. A lot of people talk about like pulling out 400 hertz on a kick drum, and I don't like to do that. I kind of like mids on my kick drum. Like, I tend to pull out more like snare region, like 200, 250, and like kind of upper, well, kind of like vocal low end and guitar low end and keyboard low end, and I kind of tend to pull out that. Like, I'm at like 250 here on the kick, and I'm not pulling out any really at, a little bit at 400, but like, some people, their kick processing, and also I'm only pulling out like 3.5 dB or something. Like, I don't understand the idea really of people like habitually, doing that on their kick drum. It's like, why? I mean, yeah, you clear room, but like, do you really need to clear that much room? Sometimes you might. Metal, something like that, you might. Just because everything's so low tuned and you really don't have tons of room. Stuff where there's a lot of guitars, okay, you might pull out more than you might do that or something. I don't know. You'd have to hear the kick. It all depends on the kick, but point being, yeah, we're just boosting a little bit of low end and cutting some 250 and a little bit of high, like 8K. And then a little bit of the Waves SSL. Not compressing very much. I actually really like this one on kick drum more than I like the UAD, but I don't like this one on master bus as much. So there's that. This is a great compressor for kick drum. One of my favorites. Something about it. I just really like it. Any other questions? I'm gonna do this real quick. We'll get back to it in here in just a minute. If you got any last minute questions, I'll answer them. I'll be right back. Okay, if there are no further questions, I'm going to get on working to vocals. And again, I'll reiterate some of the things I said early on in the stream. My goal today is not necessarily to get the final mix, because this is like a real mix for a client and I have to give them input, like I want their input. So after what we do today, I'm going to send this to the client. We're going to get some mix tweaks. I'm going to do another stream of mix tweaks. And then usually what I do is a mix ABCs type process, where this is mix A. What we're making right now is mix A. We'll send it to the client. They'll listen to it for a couple days, be picky, make notes. They'll send me back corrections. That's super valuable to me. And obviously it's valuable to them because they want to hear it. They want to, have input on their own stuff. Go figure. So we'll get notes. I'll do another stream for that. That'll be a much shorter stream. Usually mix B only takes an hour or two. And then I'll send it to them again, and we'll do mix C, which mix C often only takes 30 minutes or so. Sometimes it's turn the vocal up, turn the hi-hat down a little bit, and it's done, So I'll kind of decide if I should stream that or not. Maybe I don't know. That might only take me 20 minutes. But we'll do it. And then after that, I'll do a stream of mastering. Now this song, typically, Channel 13, we have a guy that we use to master their stuff. So the real mix will probably be mastered by him. And what I'd like to do is actually wait until he masters it for real, so I can kind of get a sense, because he's better at mastering it than I am. Most mastering stuff that I do these days, I just defer to him, because he's been my guy for a couple years, and I use him. So if people need mastering, go check out Buffalo Hide Mastering. He's very good. I trust him with tons of stuff, and he's not a full-time mastering engineer. He's part-time, but man, he's very good, very affordable, and really the only downside is because he's part-time, he takes it slow, and so it takes a little while to get stuff back. But regardless, I trust him a lot. My clients trust him. So this song will be sent to him. I'm going to get the master back, and I'm going to try to match it. I'm going to try to match it on stream. TA asks, which one do you prefer, Wave C6 or FabFilter MB? Ooh, that's a good question. I actually really like both of them. I like FabFilter a little better just for some of the options on the sidechain. But C6 is awesome. I really do love that plugin. I believe I still have it. No, I guess I don't. There was a time when I lost some Waves plugin licenses due to a weird freak issue, and they're still in my other account. I tried to transfer them between two accounts, and it didn't work. That probably was one of those ones, because that was, I purchased that later. C6 is a great plugin. Oh no, what I'm thinking of, I actually really like F6. This is a really cool plugin too. Now I used this a lot before FabFilter came out with, so I have C4, but I don't have C6, I think. But man, they're great. But this is interesting, and I got this before before FabFilter had come out with Q3, because this could do narrow Qs. And it was one of the only dynamic EQs that could do these narrow EQ moves dynamically, because again, I was trying to pull out resonances on guitars, on vocals dynamically, so they'd only turn down when I needed them to. However, this was replaced by two things. First, it was replaced by Q3, because FabFilter Pro Q3 added dynamic bands. So you can remove frequencies dynamically. You have like your main EQ, but then this is your dynamic section, so it will turn it down. But then I got into Soothe. And the thing about Soothe, now there are some situations where I still use Q3 for that. But that's when there's a resonance that does not change in pitch. Okay, and I will use F6, Q3, any of those for that. They're great at that job. But when the resonance does change with pitch, and usually with vocals it does, Soothe to me is the answer, because it... Jose, yeah. It's four more, right? It must be better. It must be four better. Four more bands. So Soothe is the answer for that stuff, because it changes with frequency. It detects which notes. This is how my understanding of that plugin is, that Soothe detects frequencies that are above a threshold and very narrow, right? Like a tone is poking out, not like a clump of frequencies, but like a single frequency, and that plugin detects those and then turns them down automatically. Like I said, Soothe. Oh, and a funny coincidence, on the promo video for Soothe 2, they used a song that I mixed, and it's a total coincidence how much I love that plugin and that they use that mix. I'd never talked to these people before. One of my clients had licensed their music for, sync licensing and stuff like that for movies and film and TV. And Oak Sound, the company that makes Soothe, used a mix that I did. And what's hilarious is I didn't even use Soothe on that mix. I wish I could have. My gosh, Soothe has saved me a ton of time. It's a really fantastic plugin. Again, that's this plugin. Really amazing. It's made by Oak Sound, OEKSOUND. And this is a really fantastic plugin. It takes a little while to get used to, and yes, you can overdo it. But as you can see, I have it default to the sharpness at 10. I use this specifically for that. Like, I use it. Now it says higher values may introduce more artifacts. Yes, that's true. Yeah, they misspelled artifacts. I think they're European, so that might be that might be totally correct. I don't know. So the sharpness, I usually am using it for sharp stuff. So I usually leave that sharpness all the way up, and I just use a touch of it. But this thing, it works miracles on taming those resonances that would drive me nuts. They don't drive everybody nuts, but me personally, I don't know if it's just like, because I'm a guitar player and I'm used to listening to the high mids, man, those rings and resonances drive me nuts up there. So this plugin has saved me a lot of headache. Can't speak highly enough about it. It's really fantastic. And it does have oversampling and stuff like that, and really easy to use interface, and it's pretty low CPU, and got these two modes that are both great. I don't know. Anyway, enough rambling about that. So to answer your question, TA, probably FabFilter out of that. Oh yeah, Eric Valentine's a big Soothe user also. Me and Eric Valentine both have expressed that same sentiment of like, those really high frequency resonances bother me. And he has said the same thing on some of his videos, like he's real sensitive to it. And I don't know if everybody is, and that's totally fine. Like some people, they don't, but it literally like will prevent me from turning something up. And I've noticed that about myself, is if a guitar or a vocal or a piano sound has too much of that, I'll just like turn it down. And it's like a subconscious reaction where my body is like, oh no, that's... And I've tried so many things. For a long time I was into Brainworks Refinement. That's a pretty cool plugin. The problem with that is that it's fixed frequency. Now, to be fair, the frequencies they have picked for that plugin are absolutely harsh frequencies, like 2K, 2.5K, 3K, 4K, 3.2K, you know, like these particular common things, but it's still not good enough. Soothe really has become a lifesaver for me, because it got to the point, like I said, where I was automating, you know, 4 or 5 narrow bands on a vocal throughout the whole song, turning them on and off. And now I don't have to do that. Like I said, there's still times when if the resonance does not change in pitch, probably the best way to go is just to use FabFilter or, you know, Waves Q10, anything that can do super narrow, you know, stuff like this, right? And with Q3 you can do dynamic. Same with F6 and stuff like that. Anyway, all right, let's move on to vocals. Let's start getting these vocals working. I've got a basic balance of them, but they're not that interesting sounding.
I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
This double is not quite doing it for me now that I've had a while to kind of work on this song. It's a little bit too edgy. I want it to be a little smoother.
I'm overthinking and asking why. 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 I'm overthinking and asking why.
That's better.
I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, you got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize.
I like that. It's subtle. It gives the kind of mod chorus effect, kind of, but it's darker, and way more subtle. And then the chorus, it's real obvious.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
With those distant doubles.
You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
And they're nice and bright. Let's check out our high backing vocals.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I always like to listen to this stuff in context with the lead, because really that's the only time they're going to be heard.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
I also tend to process backing vocals simultaneously, because if I have doubles, they were recorded identically. So there you go.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away.
Also, as I said, I'm going to be stricter on backing vocals when it comes to de-essing. I will de-ess probably a little bit more than sounds natural, I hate it. I hate when there's too many S's flamming.
Seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly somewhere high. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Oh yeah, I don't know what it is, but Valhalla Room never works in dual mode. It doesn't like to do that. So they still need to fix that. Valhalla, if you're watching this, I absolutely love your plugins, but please fix that.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Fly away.
These are kind of like Beach Boys kind of vocals almost, you know?
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around.
Ah, okay. The low octave backing vocal. Jeremy asks, are those distant doubles 2 different takes? Yes, they are, and they're also recorded at a distance. So they're recorded about 6 feet away.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Let me turn those delays off so you can hear them better.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Yeah, these are 2 different takes recorded at a distance, and to me it's just like awesome depth that they provide. You know, here's the difference. Like here's lead and distant doubles. This is like in the verse.
Me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
One of my favorite techniques, to be honest. I mean, it sounds great. It just adds like this thickness, but also a brightness, but a stereo-ness.
Me feeling alright.
Okay, so I'm actually going to modify this, make this vocal just a hair brighter now. But I'm going to do it dynamic in case there's some, again, just a little bit, dB or 2.
Me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I barely touched the EQ on this vocal, this whole mix, because you start with it and mix around it. They're not different mics, I don't think. It's not, I know for a fact it's not a different mic per, meaning like the left distant double is the same mic as the right. I know that for a fact. But it might have been a different mic than the lead. That I can't remember. I really can't remember.
Me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Me feeling alright. Me feeling alright. You know I've seen it. Me feeling alright. Me feeling alright. Me feeling alright.
I might actually mute that backing vocal. I don't know if I really need that yet.
Me feeling alright.
I love it, but I don't know if we need it yet.
Me feeling and alright.
Well, I'll figure that out in a minute.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was
Okay, the low octave. This one's a frustrating one. Again, just like the bass, I often put an extra layer of autotune on this just so the intonation stays nice.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
Okay, so this song is in D major, I think.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand.
I'm not gonna do it that. I was just checking the key.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Okay, so I'm going to make this thicker. Again, what's the function of the thing you're working on? To me, the function of this is to add some low end thickness. I don't need a bunch of clarity on it.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Again, I don't need the high-end clarity from that. The distortion helps it have a little bit of edge to it and texture.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away, addicted to the way. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away, addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Okay, again, here's another one where I ask what's the function. This middle harmony.
Fly away.
This is for mids. It's not for lows, it's not for highs. I don't need breathiness from this. That's what the high ones are for. So I'm going to filter out the top and bottom on these a good amount. Because I just don't need it.
High away, high away, addicted to the bar, let me surround you.
Again, heavy on the de-essing.
Fly away, high away, addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, high away, addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, high away, addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, high away, fly away, high away, addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, high away, addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Fly away, somewhere high away.
It's almost like an optical illusion where your brain hears all these vocals and thinks they're all full range, at least roughly.
Fly away.
Not super filtered. And it's because you're hearing high end from enough of them to make your brain accept it as a reality.
Fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
Also helps them push back in the mix a little bit by being, you know, like depth wise.
Fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side. Slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side. Slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Similar thing. These low mid backing vocals, I don't need a bunch of high end on them because I've got high end coming from other sources. Vocal sources.
Hesitation. But when I turn the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. Deep to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know it's back to you, yeah, feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. Back to you, yeah, got back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. My hesitations slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view.
I really like the sound of these, but they need to cut a bit more and yet somehow be smaller.
My hesitation.
Did not mean to do that.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side. My hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side. My hesitation slowly fade away with you. Hesitation slowly fade away with you. When my hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you my hesitation slowly fade away. My hesitation slowly fade away. My hesitation. My hesitation slowly fade away. Slowly. Slowly fade away. My hesitation slowly fade away with you. When you are by my side, you know I've seen it from the start. It was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. High away, somewhere high away, addicted to the way. Surround you just the way you are.
Oh, this would be a cool time to mention. So, like, I got a question earlier in the stream. It was like, how do you keep consistency between songs when you're working on an album, with drums? Well, one of the ways I do that is by saving preset channels that I make. If something works, then I save it. And in Nuendo, it's very easy. I can just load one or save one. And these really high, as they're called, high backing vocals remind me of another song I did. And I want to see if the preset that the channel strip that I used worked for that. You can hear how much de-essing is going on. I mean, yes, it's a little lispy, but I mean, like I said, you just don't need to hear them. It's like a masking. You're using masking to your benefit, where you're saying like, because I'm hearing the S's from the lead vocals and from a couple of the backing vocals, then I recognize it. That's okay. I need to cut a little more low end out of it though. But I like it. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. I'm really just filtering and compressing and whatever. Okay, I thought it was going to be crazier than that. But yeah, it works all right. So like I said, just bringing that up might have saved me 10 minutes or something. I remember I had this really cool high backing vocal on this other song, and I was just going to see if it worked. But that particular reverb that's on it is it works really well, whatever the particular settings are. And again, I'm copying and pasting the left to the right. And again, these might sound thin, but it's like, but your ear doesn't need to hear the low end from it. I'm gonna make sure this this riser is heard. Okay, now there's these other accent vocals.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
These are supposed to be distant, and that was the intent when we were recording them. The idea was like to be almost kind of electronic-y, real poppy, real distant also. So let me try this.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah. It was all around you, yeah, it was all. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
Again, perfect example of trying to keep a clean session with this many tracks. The purpose of the double on this, it was all around you, is to add that chorusing. I don't have to add tons of reverb to both of them if they're going to be panned in the same spot.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
So I'm not.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
I'm going to just do a little bit of cleanup on this one.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly.
Okay, they're a little bit kind of like the frequency domain of them is a little off, but it's getting there. Need to be a little more compressed also. Really don't want them to stick out. They're supposed to sound like they're back there. Let's try... What could be a cool compressor to try? I need something really fast to really tame it. Distressor's always a good choice. 1176 is pretty good. Arouser is cool. I might do that one. Just to be different. I'm still hearing too much S's on that. Jeremy asks, in general, how many parts do you typically have a solo artist sing for a song? Lead vocal, double left, double right. Great question. Typically, I will, depending on the genre, I will almost always get at least one double. But I could make a double from, alternate takes if I had to. I do prefer to get, and essentially the poppier it is, the more likely it is to get tons of vocals. You know what I mean? It's like just to have them in case you need them, because pop stuff is a little more vocal centric and there can be tons and tons of vocal tracks and layers and it's like not weird at all. For a rock artist, I'll probably get a double, like an intentional double, not like one that I just record, or make from other takes, but like I'll intentionally record a double. Almost always. And then, I don't always record harmonies. I don't always have sessions with 30 backing vocals. I love harmonies, and a lot of my clients do that are in the sort of indie world or indie pop world or whatever, or even pop artists, they obviously love harmonies. But for a lot of rock bands, there's no harmonies. You might record a double just for safety, just because it comes in handy. But yeah, I hope that helps. See, like the S's on the "it was" on those echoes. I just don't want them. I might just have to edit that one out. It's like nothing's catching it. Let's see here.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
Still not quite catching it.
Was all around you, yeah, it was all around. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, was all around you, was all around you, was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
Again, I might not even need to have it. Like you might. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly. Again, I'm just kind of going with my gut here. I feel like this synth needs to get more mono at the guitar solo. All right, I'm gonna just automate that real quick. a little thing. Okay, that's starting to get there. Now I gotta work on our repeat vocals, which are basically the same, but they happen again. But I want these to sound slightly different because they're kind of like a chanty, more lo-fi thing. So I'm gonna just process all of them at once, and I'm gonna do a little bit of a high pass and a little bit of a low pass. I said that in reverse order. Or no, I didn't. A little bit of high pass, a little bit of low pass. I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
So I don't care if these are quite as noticeably affected or whatever. You know, like this can almost be like group vocal kind of thing. So I'm going to definitely add de-essers to all of these. It's handy because I can tweak it all at once.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away somewhere high away. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you, just the way you are. Surround me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Surround me just the way you are. You said that we could be far away, somewhere.
I do want to make sure that this repeat lead is not conflicting with my main lead.
I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I'm going to make this a little more lo-fi.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Same with the double.
No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. No, I've seen it from the start, it was all around you, just the way you are.
So again, ultimately what's happening here is like the majority of my clarity and S's are coming from like my lead vocal, a couple of the main harmonies, and then the doubles. And I'm trying to really minimize how much washiness and sloshiness is coming off of any other vocal. I mean, we've got, like I said, like 30 something tracks of vocals here. Very quickly can turn into just like and even if they're edited really well, and these are edited pretty tight, I didn't like completely make them all perfect. You know, even then, it's still really hard to get those S's identical. We got about 30 more minutes, everyone. I just want to thank everybody for hanging out. And anybody, has anybody been here the whole 6 hours so far? We just passed 6 hours and 6 minutes. It's impressive if you have been. Just want to thank everybody again for doing this. So we got about 30 more minutes left. We're just going to keep tweaking these vocals and do some tiny tweaks, maybe a little bit of automation here and there, and, you know, send it to the client and see what they think. And we'll be back another time for another stream. So I'm going to just mess with these vocals, see how they're working.
Surrounded, seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away. From the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand to a better view. You said that we could fly away. From the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. From the start, it was all around you.
It's also important to note that this has been, wow, Jeremy, kudos. Thanks for hanging out. It's also important to note that I have these doubled vocals, sorry, not doubled, but repeated backing vocals. They're like 50-50 panned, but the main harmonies are like 100-100 panned. This one I ended up panning 60-60 just because it felt right. You know what I mean? Like I said, in general, I stick to 5 pan spots. Hard left, hard right, 50-50, center. Every now and then there's a thing that needs to be a little bit farther or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's fine. But I try to stick to those main spots. Let's see how this is working in mono. That's a real test of frequency separation. I don't know if you guys have been hearing this in mono, actually, now that I say this. I didn't even test, but let me make sure you'll hear it in mono. Okay, so I'm feeling like these.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
Sound too similar to this.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you.
I don't know what to do about that.
It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Into a better view, into you said that we could fly away. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Into a better view, into you said that we could fly you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Into a better view, into you said that we could fly away. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Into a better view, into you said that we could.
So basically what I'm going to do, hopefully, to make them sound a little more distinguishable, is make this pair a little cleaner, pair a little dirtier. I'm going to try making these stereo a little bit.
It was all around you, yeah. It was just the way you was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you. was all around you, yeah, it was all around. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. Into a better view, into a better view. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Into a better view, into a said that we could fly away somewhere high. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Around you, just the way you are. Said that we found you fly away somewhere high. You took me by got me up into a better view. Around you, just the way you are. Said that we found you fly away somewhere high. You just the way you are. Surround, seen it from the start. It was all around you. It was all around you. Yeah, it was all around you. You took me by, seen it from the start. It was all you. You took me by the hand, got me up. It was all around you. Yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. It was all around you, yeah, it was all around you. You took you took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you is the way you are.
I'm going to back off the de-essing on this pair just a little bit. Put my reverb back on.
You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you from the start, it was all around. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you, surround you is the way you are. Said that we could fly away somewhere high. I've seen it from the start. It was all around. Surround you just the way you are. Surround you, got me up into a better view. Surround you just the way you are. Said that we found you fly away somewhere high.
All right, let's take a listen to all of our vocals. This is always fun to do. Let's see, listen to all of our vocals together.
You just the way you are. Surrounded by the hand, got me up into a surround you just the way you are. Surround you just the way you are. Surround you. Surround you just the way you are. Surround you. Got me up into a better. Surround you just the way you are. Surround you.
That's always fun. Really cool. Okay, let's take another listen from the top and just kind of see how we stand.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned, I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were empty, but when I turned the tides back to you, yeah, got me feeling alright. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I'm going to turn on this delay. I'm going to start automating a little bit. I'm going to turn on this delay on my lead vocal in the chorus.
You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better you. You said that we could fly away, somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you.
I'm pretty happy with how this sounds. Now, I mentioned early on in the podcast, sometimes it can be helpful to check with a spectrum analyzer. I like this one not because it's accurate, because it's very general. There are definitely way more accurate ones out on the market, like DMG Dualism, I also love. But if it's too accurate, you'll start thinking about it too much. And that's one of the reasons I like this one. It's got a general idea of what you're going for, and you can get an idea of, am I in the right territory? Are there things that I'm missing?
Up into a better view. You said that we could fly away somewhere high away. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you. Surround you is the way you are.
My low end is maybe a little bit hefty. I'm going to do some more mono listening, tighten that up just a little bit.
My hesitations slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start and around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away somewhere high away. Addicted to the way that you are, let me surround you. Surround you is the way you are. Surround you is the way you are. Said that we got you.
Yeah, so TA suggested Span. Yeah, that's also a great one. I love Dualism. This is a great one.
My hesitation.
This one can also go full screen, which is wild.
My hesitation.
But I also really love this plugin because it has all kinds of different meters. It has an FFT, but like this, but it also has the this sort of bar graph version of that. It has a spectrograph. The 3D spectrograph is wild.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up.
This plugin is crazy. I just like, yeah, it's really crazy.
My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you.
I'll try to maybe pull down some of my low end on this synth bass. Again, what's the function of it in this mix? Mostly for that cool width. That's really it. Man, that bass note sounds out of time. Somebody says, love the song. What you did to it, I have to say, is very well written and arranged. Yes, I agree. And I said at some point in the stream, like, that's what it's all about. Like, the source is king. You know, like, I think what mixers do to songs is often overblown, and they get made out to be the heroes, and like, oh, you are the one who really made this production, and it's just, I say this as somebody who does mixing and as somebody who is currently doing a live stream about mixing. It's just not the most important thing. Like, it's a time to be creative and fun and make the song make sense, in terms of like stuff blending and depth and width and all this stuff. But like, if the song doesn't make sense, just record, like raw recording, it's only going to get so much better, like, from the mixer. Like, the mixer can bring a lot to the production, no doubt, but like, the raw tracks are everything. I mean, that it really is it. And it starts from the writing. It's in the room. It's the instruments that you play. It's the chords that you pick. Because again, like, the notes you play, notes equals frequencies, ultimately. And so if you play these notes, that will equal these frequencies. And those notes will give you these frequencies. And it's thousands of them, all combining, and it's really complicated. And these guys are great. And yes, edits were done, yes, vocals were tuned, not super crazy heavy, but they were tuned. And yes, drums were tightened up to the grid a little bit. And yes, I did use some quantization on the MIDI, but at the same time, these guys are really great players. I've worked with them enough to tell you, just honestly, they're great players. They write cool stuff. They try really hard to like make it cool, and we struggle through it and like spend, time trying to figure stuff out. Does that part work? Does that synth sound work? Does it fit in the arrangement? Does it fit the vibe? Like, we ask these questions to each other constantly, and we've tried. They would even tell you on this song we struggled a bit. you can see over here that originally we had the Rhodes coming in at the very beginning, and this main synth wasn't even here. And you know, that's just like a little remnant of the type of thing that we were dealing with. It's like, is this right? Should it start with the Rhodes? Should it, you know what I mean? And we were dealing with this whole time, and they care. You know, they try to make it sound cool, and we went through all these sounds very, very carefully and tried to make sounds that worked. And I've worked with them on a lot of different stuff. Make sure to check out their stuff on Spotify, and all those other, you know, Apple Music and all that. I mean, it's cool stuff, and it's not just that they're in the chat watching. I'm telling you because I believe it. Like I really do. They're a fun band to work with, and you know, it's cool to see them evolve and change stuff. In fact, one of my favorite songs from them, I love this song, Take Your Time. That's a beautiful song. I love Underwater. There's just they've got cool material. Go check it out.
To keep the moment, I close my eyes. Oh, now your currents in my veins and I'm paralyzed. My hesitation slowly fade away with you when you are by my side. You know I've seen it from the start, it was all around you. You took me by the hand, got me up into a better view. You said that we could fly away somewhere high.
It's really important to notice where I'm peaking on my master, minus 1.8. And you can, if you open up my limiter, this thing is doing 0 dB of gain reduction. This whole song, it has done nothing. This is just for protection. This is not to do anything on the sound. I don't recommend using a limiter for sound purposes to try to, you know, make your mix seem cooler and louder than it is. It will fool you, and then you'll take it off and your mix will fall apart. And most mastering people are going to want you to remove it anyway because it makes it harder for them to do their job.
Keep the moment, I close my eyes.
All right, y'all. It is 7:30. I want to go eat dinner with my wife. I'm really happy with this as a first mix. I'm going to let you hear it. I just wanted to take the time again to say thank you everyone who joined in. We had no internet problems. Woohoo! This whole time we had no internet problems. Stream is 6 hours and 37 minutes long. It's a lot of work, but hopefully everybody's out there watching this got a lot out of it. Maybe learned some things they didn't know before, some tricks that they thought they maybe understood, maybe they didn't, or maybe they're just a new way to do something. Thanks again to Channel 13, of course, for letting me use this song and for writing great material. Makes it really fun to work on when the stuff, you don't have to worry about fixing a bunch of stuff, and you can just like be creative and try stuff and try effects and levels and EQs and sidechaining and messing with stuff. It's a fun song. It's got a lot of different kinds of elements and synths and guitars and keys and live drums and synth drums and live bass and synth bass, and so it's a really great song for this. I'm excited to do mix tweaks on this and see kind of what it becomes. And so thanks to everybody out there. Make sure you check out Channel 13 on all their social media and all their Spotify links and all that jazz. They're really, really cool people. They're on Instagram and on Facebook. Probably some others too. TikTok, probably. I don't know. You guys can feel free to put your links and stuff in there. But yeah, I will be back probably in a week, sometime maybe next week, with mix tweaks on this. And one of the things I like to do is the end of a long day, if I've had a long day of mixing, and I have had a long day of mixing today, I'll give it a listen with fresh ears in the morning, make a couple tweaks, send it to the client, and then, it'll be a couple days before they get back to me and everything. And then we'll take it from there. We'll make some mix tweaks. I want to be honest and transparent about the process. And so I'll show you guys the notes that they give me. And, even if that's, we don't like the sound of this at all or that, that's part of the process. I want my clients to like their own stuff. Go figure. So I'll show you the mix notes. We'll go through them and I'll show you how I tackle those. And yeah, make sure you check out recordingloungepodcast.com. Make sure you check out all the other videos I've got on here. Greetings. Yeah, I'm glad you like the song. That's really great. It's what I want to hear. I want people to like it. I want the band to like it. I want people to get reactions to it and feel like, man, I want to move. I want to dance. It's a goal, right? We want music to move people. We want it to take them somewhere. We want them to feel something, so that's good. I hope all of you out there are feeling things and liking this song, and, kudos to the band. And, like I said, we work really hard. This isn't just like we just walked in and slapped it together. You know what I mean? Like, we think about these things, and I love producing this band. I love recording the band. I love mixing the band. It's really an enjoyable experience compared to some other clients that, a little bit harder to work with sometimes. These guys make it a lot of fun. So anyway, thanks everybody out there for tuning in. I hope to do more live streams in the future. I'm going to play this song all the way top to bottom, just so we can kind of see where we ended. Again, this is not the ending. This is more of an ellipsis. This will be continued. This is where we're leaving off for a solid mix A. I'm going to play it top to bottom. Thanks everyone for joining, and I'll see you on the next stream.
I'm overthinking and asking why. I used to build a world inside my head to visualize. Those days were